in my hotel room in Mexico. I was like, well, it's 7:46, and I'm still started in the morning. I had about 3 in the morning, and I was going to stay up. Yeah, it totally got me. But I didn't see what I was like, I'm up all night long. Say something weekday. No, I think it was just, I just got back. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So your schedule
So yeah, Monday. Discombobulated. I think my body's like, I just sleep in my own bed.
I thought I left in the rush. So then, look at this. So then.
Good morning, folks. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes, so please gather your things and head to the table.
VDOT Drive that's in that damn van from last night. Hey, Tom, look at that.
Well, good morning, everyone. As a quick reminder, our workshop meeting is currently suspended. I'm going to call to action today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and with that, I'm going to suspend the action meeting of today's Commonwealth Transportation Board. We have 3 presentations today, in addition to updates from Director Zimmerman and the Commissioner. Before we, though, get into those presentations, I do understand that Dwayne Ball, the Chair of the Washington County Board of Supervisors, is here, and so, sir, I'd like to invite you up just to say a few words.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for everybody for being here. Welcome to Southwestern Virginia. I've kind of trained myself as I've traveled to say Southwestern Virginia because sometimes when I say I'm from Southwest Virginia and I'm in, say, New Mexico or someplace, they'll say something like, well, how about those Mountaineers? And so as a Virginia Tech grad, we have no love lost for the Mountaineers. But it's good to have everybody here. I'm glad to see you all be in the area, and I heard you all got to land in Tennessee, unfortunately, because our airport in Abilene is closed. They're doing a lot of upgrades, but because of a lot of things that this committee has done in the past, that airport has grown to the point where we can handle larger planes. We're seeing an influx of planes there. They actually have a waiting list of 20 people who want to house planes there, and that's one of the few municipal airports that actually turn a profit. And it's been great for the county, and hopefully within the next 2 weeks, they'll have all those upgrades situated where they can have the airport back open again and start building more hangars. Also understand too, you all were able to go to Damascus and Taylor's Valley because of the VDOT diligence that was done on Route 58. It's been integral to the replacement of the Creeper Trail. I've talked to the leadership of Hewitt, who's doing a lot of the engineering and a lot of the construction work up there. And I'm also on the Washington County Service Authority. One of the most important water sources we have comes out of Taylor's Valley. Some of the cleanest water in the nation comes out of Taylor's Valley, and we can process it at some of the lowest costs, and it impacts our entire area to have all that infrastructure back in place. And because of the work done on 58, they could get in there and be able to do the road work faster. As a Board of Supervisors member, my number one phone call is something about VDOT. And, you know, it's either get my road paved or get it trimmed or whatever. And Matthew Lewis at the local office does a great job of helping us out to get some of these things taken care of. He does a great job. And Ms. Crowder does a great job in facilitating those things. So the VDOT does a good job on covering a lot of those issues. Going forward, as you all well know, we have some big needs in our area. Agriculture is the number one industry in Washington County, and of course in Southwest Virginia, mining is very important. So transportation is extremely important for us. I myself am a stonemason, but I also own a small quarry where we actually ship stone boulders all over the eastern seaboard. So even myself, transportation is very important, and we appreciate all the work that's being done to facilitate the expansion and the maintenance of our transportation facilities. Of course, in the county now, we have a big project that's kind of out there. Senator Pillion has been trumpeting the idea of the inland port. He garnered another $20 million. From what I understand, that $20 million will help get the inland port to a situation where it could just about be in a place to bid. And that'll be a long ball play, but I think it would overall, in the future of the county and the area, be very, very important to help with the economy of the county and then the entire area. That'll help Eastern Tennessee too. You know, one of the things that Ms. Crowder and I, we were in Richmond one time, and she told some of our colleagues we have a love-hate relationship because we have different views about things like roundabouts and different things. But with that, unlike what's happening in a lot of our country today, we can walk away, we can have good debate, walk away. We're both better informed, and we also both know that we are in a position, and all of us in this room are in a position of serving our constituents, serving our friends, family, and neighbors. And I think we all need to remember that as we're making policy and as we're garnering funds that are procured from all of our taxpayers. I think we need to be very cognizant of the idea that we need to use them as best as possible. And I would just like to remind everybody to remember that as you're doing projects and spending money. We want to do what's best for our constituents and our citizens. But again, on behalf of Washington County, I really appreciate you all being here, and I hope you all have a good, fruitful meeting. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. With that, we will transition back to the workshop agenda. We have item number 9, a V-Trans overview by Dr. Schul.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, let's get into some exciting conversation about V-Trans. So today we're discussing V-Trans for a few reasons. It is the foundational strategy that guides many of our programs. Thus, because we have so many new board members, we thought it was a good first meeting topic. And it's foundational to understanding the big strategy of what it is we're all doing here in the long term, and I mean very long term for some parts of V-Trans. CTB has a lot of influence over V-Trans. You approve the overall plan and submit updates to the governor at least every 4 years. The next requirement is in 2029, but we can choose to update it sooner if we and y'all so choose. Our goal today is to give educational background. I hope by the end that you understand how V-Trans works. We don't intend to talk about changes today. We don't intend to even make you like it today, but we want to make sure you do understand it. And in the future, we will discuss if and how the CTB wants to consider amendments, updates, and supportive action. So we're going to talk about what it is, how it impacts transportation in Virginia, what is currently the approach to V-Trans, how we share it with the public, and next steps. Little statutory background. This is our statewide transportation plan. There are federal requirements that you must have a statewide transportation plan. This is how we meet that federal requirement. It is also our plan to establish goals, objectives, and priorities and assess transportation needs and assign priorities on a statewide basis, which is a Code of Virginia requirement. So V-Trans is our collective approach to those two requirements. We have been iterating on this since about 2001. Most recently, the biggest V-Trans update was in the 2019-2021 sort of set of years. All right. So we are federally required to have a statewide transportation plan, and it is required to cover at least 20 years out into the future. However, there are plenty of federal requirements that we meet and then are just a document that sits on the shelf and mean nothing. Back when V-Trans was being created, we said, how do we make this more than a plan that sits on the shelf? And the way to do that is to create direct connections to decisions and actions that the transportation community, whether it be CTB, VDOT, DRPT, take every day. So I'm going to break down the components of VTrans, and then we will talk through how they connect to the decisions that this board makes, that VDOT makes, that the other agency makes. So the overarching part of VTrans are the vision, objectives, and goals. These have a 20-plus year horizon. It sets the big picture that we use as our North Star as agencies. It decides what gets measured, and what gets measured is important because that is how we know if we're being successful and what is important to us. So I'm going to do this high level, and then we're going to go into each part in much more detail. So the vision, objectives, and goals are that 20-plus year time frame. This then feeds into something we call midterm needs. This is from a 1 to 10 year time frame. The midterms needs are not big picture. They are road segment by road segment. We analyze each road segment and designate them as priority 1, priority 2, 3, or 4 based on different categories. The vision, objectives, and goals set the categories that we measure. The midterm needs you're going to hear a lot about, and probably already have if you've been on this board for a while, because they determine eligibility for smart scale, they determine eligibility for pipeline studies, they determine priority for VDOT and DRPT investment, and in some local programs, they use the VTrans priorities to guide their own decisions. So these midterm needs are the first place where there's a very concrete connection between this long-term vision to what we measure, to what is prioritized, and gets attention and funding. That's one line of VTrans. The other sits more with this board, and that gives us space to work on these big risks and uncertainties that don't come up in our day-to-day work, but we all know, as people in the world, are coming up on the transportation horizon. So we categorize these as mega trends. A big trend might be, hey, AI is happening. We should probably think about that. So we then work them into, are they a risk? Are they an opportunity? Are they both? Preview, AI is both. And then the board can say, okay, we've identified this, we agree at our characterization, and we're going to tell you, staff, to go do something about it. So this is a very important power y'all have because it creates the space to tell us to do something that's not part of the day-to-day operations. So I'll give you some examples as we go forward, but it's an important opportunity for both staff and the board to find time and a reason to focus on something that might be too abstract now to catch our attention otherwise. So I'm going to give you a few examples. So our vision is that Virginia's best-in-class multimodal transportation system provides safe and reliable mobility, connects people and commerce, fosters economic growth and investment, and embraces environmental stewardship and enhances quality of life. So that's the vision statement. I'm going to call out those two phrases, reliable mobility and fosters economic growth. That vision was translated to a goal, which says our goal is to have economic competitiveness through travel time reliability. Trucks don't want to do business here if they might take 3 hours to go a distance that otherwise would take half an hour. People don't want to go to jobs where they might have an hour-long traffic queue, right? So that's the way we set our goal. And our objectives are some concrete measures that say, how do we know if we're achieving that goal? So that's how that vision connects to a goal, connects to objectives. Now, that then is turned into the midterm needs. We use a standard approach to measure reliability, level of travel time reliability, and then we measure it for every road in the Virginia system. And if there is a problem, and I'll get into how we define problems, we say, hey, that's a priority need. And all of a sudden, that road segment that has been flagged as a priority need is eligible or prioritized for a lot of problems. So now I've done this the next level down. Vision to midterm need to that road is eligible for smart scale and other forms of funding. Any questions before I start to get more detailed? Great. Now, when we're talking about reliability, when we're talking about our risks and opportunities, we also think about this. So again, a few years ago, a trend of the rise of autonomous vehicles was flagged. The board said, I forget how many years ago, this thing is coming, it's probably a big deal, we should probably start to think about it. So we, collectively, the staff, said, okay, are autonomous vehicles good for reliability? Could they be good? Or are they going to be problematic for reliability? And the answer was it could go either way. So the risk is that vehicle miles traveled driving could go up if you have autonomous vehicles that just keep on circling because maybe it's expensive to park, and by reducing the cost in terms of time of long car trips, right? People might be comfortable living an hour away from their job if they can just take a nap the whole way to work every morning. So that's a risk associated with autonomous vehicles. But there's opportunity, too, for reliability. Autonomous vehicles, if they go well, could be safer, and a lot of congestion is caused by incidents. So that could be a really good reliability thing. Also, autonomous vehicles may eventually be able to drive closer together. That also could be good for reliability. So basically, the staff said this trend could go either way. And it's important to think about that. And so what the staff has done is created certain frameworks, estimates, forecasts, ways to think about reliability, and that can help other agencies who need to talk about what autonomous vehicle is going to do to a particular program have a central place to go for our collective understanding of this megatrend and the risks and opportunities associated with it. In addition, when this was presented to the board, I think this one was 2021, the board said, okay, there's a few things we want you to go do about it, agencies. First, we want you to evaluate and facilitate what vehicle to infrastructure things we need to be putting into our system to make us welcome autonomous vehicles and the private sector investment that comes with that. So the board told staff to go do that. There are several projects that respond to that. NextGen, which is a project I think you all approved in November last year. We'll go more into what's happened, but that's an example of the board listening to that risk and opportunity and saying, go do something about it. Also, the staff was told to evaluate opportunities to provide access to real-time and up-to-date asset and operational data to be used by autonomous vehicles. We'll give you some more examples of that at a future meeting. That was another big slide. Questions? Comment? All right. We all understand it perfectly. So now I'm going to go into each of those sections and talk a little more about the technical detail. So as I said, these are our visions, our guiding principles, goals, and objectives. There are a bunch of them. I'm not going to go over all of them in this presentation, but you have a link to them on the website, and they're on your slides if you want to get into the details. This overall vision, guiding principles, and objectives was updated last April 2025. The updates were not major. The updates were approved and voted on by this body. They set our North Star, they define the midterm's needs categories, they help us know if we're doing a good job, and they frame our understanding of if something is a risk or an opportunity. Let's go into a little more detail on the long-term risk and opportunity register. It is a framework for defining which external trends we know will affect us, but we don't quite know how they will affect us. Let's call this a known unknown. Again, think of it as, we should be doing something about this, but we don't really know what it is yet. They were established in 2021, and again, small updates were approved in 2025. This framework of register is part of our, the way we do our federal and state required reporting, but we want it to be more than that, so we use it as a guide to how all the agencies incorporate thinking about these trends into their core practices so we can have a more unified approach. It also, from your perspective, can be used by the CTB as the justification for a strategic action. So some examples that were identified in 2021, I brought up the autonomous vehicle one. Another risk, and there were several risks related to climate change and flooding in particular. I think we have all seen yesterday that we were right. That is a risk, and it's going to become a more frequent risk in different parts of the state in different ways as climate change continues its move forward. So not only is it a risk that there will be more flooding, it is also a risk that this type of climate-driven flooding will disproportionately affect different parts of the state. So we're going to have some parts of the state who all of a sudden have a different need profile than other parts of the state. I won't say all of a sudden, but over time. So in future meetings, you will see a lot of work we have done to define geographically where that can happen and come up with procedures to start to address that as it becomes part of our everyday reality. We also, long-term plan isn't just about terrifying things, it's about opportunities as well. So some opportunities are, again, with the rise of autonomous vehicles, another opportunity is the state may be able to do more direct management of traffic by actually telling the cars with the driver's consent where to detour, how to respond to a situation. That could be a big opportunity. And there's an opportunity through what in 2021 was still growing shared mobility services, like an Uber or a Lyft, or other forms of microtransit that Director Zimmerman was telling us about yesterday to improve mobility access for people who cannot drive their own personal vehicles. So there's a mix of these things. And again, you can read the full register at that link, or we can share it. I think it's in the appendix as well, the full list. Strategic actions. So these are things you tell us, the Secretariat, or the staff of a particular agency to go do. It creates a reason for the staff to go do work, and I mean that in a good way, because otherwise our days are very full of day-to-day things, and it's good to have space that is required to go think about these long-term things. It can also lead to creating and changing a business plan for an agency, if so directed, sort of an operating procedure, and we are required to report to the public and to the CTB how they are going. We do not believe that report was made in the last 4 years, but we will be doing it in a future meeting as we collect information on all 16 strategic actions. These 16 actions were adopted in December. There were changes suggested and discussed by this group in December of 2025, but they were not voted on. So as of now, the full list of 2021 still stands. That is also true of some changes suggested for the Risk and Opportunity Register. The 2021 language still stands. All right, any questions on those? Now I'm going to get into midterm needs, which is where people tend to get more into it because it has that direct funding link. All right, so this is the VTrans Priority 1, Priority 2 part. Midterm needs are a process to identify road by road where needs exist and then prioritize which road segments have the highest needs. There is a list of things that we care about that you can see in the table to the right. This framework of this table should look familiar. Different things are weighted depend on what type of place you're in. So these are the same typologies that you see in Smart Scale. So a type A community is an urban community. Urban communities weight congestion the highest, 25%. Type D is a more rural community. Congestion is usually not a huge concern. You can see congestion weighted lower for type D, only 5%. But for type D, safety is the highest concern, right? So you have different weights, and the state is broken into different typologies, right? So downtown Richmond is type A. Some of the places we were visiting yesterday are type D. Some of the other places we were visiting yesterday might be those intermediary types. So like Smart Scale, there are different things we care about. We've named them based on the categories identified in the goals and objectives, and we've created metrics to measure them. This was last updated in April 2025. It was a small methodological update that was voted in. The data itself is updated every 2 years. You do not have to approve those updates. We merely inform you of those updates. And that happened in October 2025 and will happen again in October 2027. So what does this impact? A lot. It impacts Smart Scale. If a road segment has a need identified, no matter what the priority is, any need identified, it is eligible to be submitted to Smart Scale. If it is Priority 1 or Priority 2 needs, it probably could get a pretty high score in Smart Scale. That's not a guarantee, that's just what we see. It means there's a serious problem with one of these important things. If a road segment is designated Priority 1 or Priority 2, it is also eligible for pipeline and STARS, I believe. In our revenue sharing program, which you heard about from Mr. Short yesterday, Priority 1, Priority 2 projects help get higher ranking in that review process. In general, for VDOT and DRPT, they are required to only spend dollars on P1 for advanced activity and project development. We can do waivers for other projects, but we have to sort of prove it. And localities and MPOs, depending on which one, some of them use these rankings to inform their own prioritization process. So this midterm calculation does a lot. I'm not going to go into each of the weights. I do want to call out, and we'll come back to this, that there's a fifth type in VTrans that doesn't exist in SmartScan, and that's corridors of statewide significance. These are corridors that are judged slightly differently, and they are compared statewide. We'll get into what that means in just a minute.
Well, and Dr. Schul, before you leave this page, so I want to say what you said in the other way, just to make sure this point is really driven home to the board. If you have a roadway segment and it does not have an identified need, you are not eligible. for smart scale. So she kind of said it in the positive way. I want to say it in the negative way, right? And to be very clear. And that is intentional, and that is in the statute. And the kind of the rationale is when we're evaluating things in smart scale, it needs to be for an area where we have said there's an issue that needs to be addressed. And if there's not an identified issue that needs to be addressed, then that roadway is not otherwise eligible for smart scale. So I just want to be really clear on that point. We said the positive, but there's also, it's, cuts both ways, right?
There's one other implication I should add, which is when some localities use this explicitly to inform their own processes, but all localities have to submit their long-term and midterm plans to VDOT and thus to this board. If the board finds that a locality's plan does not conform with VTrans in some way, the board can choose to hold funding for that locality or for specific projects in that locality. I don't think that has ever happened, but it is a power you have. And VDOT is supposed to notify you if they determine a plan is out of conformance, but also these plans are public, so in your own district, you can look at your own plans.
Then Dr. Shu also talked about pipeline and STAR studies. Let's just use different words there. So every year in the interstate program and in smart scale and in revenue sharing, we fund projects that we pick. And there's a bunch of projects we don't pick, right? So there's a pool, we scoop the cream, if we're doing it right, off the top, and then there's the remainder there. We restock that pool every year with projects that we develop through pipeline studies and through STAR studies. A board policy is that VDOT and DRPT cannot expend money to develop projects unless it is a tier 1 or tier 2 need in VTrans, I think unless I sign a waiver. And so in the past, product development was kind of, well, someone brought this up. Let's go spend some money seeing whether or not there's a good project there. Sometimes that worked really well. Sometimes it went otherwise. And so over time, this board intentionally said, hold on, let's put some rationale behind where we're developing these candidate projects, right? Because if we have the best project prioritization process in the world, but we don't have a good pool of candidate projects, we're just going to find the best okay-ish project, right? And so we need to keep stocking that pool of projects year over year over year with things that address what we're saying are some of the biggest needs in the state. And so as Dr. Schul talks about, making sure this isn't just some document that sits on a shelf. And I want to be clear with you guys, in other places, if you ask their planners what happens with your long-range plan, they're like, well, we publish it and we bound it and then we place it on the shelf. And it's like, well, what happens with the next one? They're like, well, the same thing. And so they don't have that link. We are intentionally going out of our way here to try and link our planning and programming, right? Because otherwise, why are we doing this planning and this needs identification if it doesn't actually then affect how we spend our dollars? So these things here, this is a lot on the slide. This is really, really impactful for what you're going to see as potential projects in the future. And that, as Dr. Schul said, we've seen that typically when you have a greater need, because you're a 1 or 2 priority, you have a greater ability to drive an outcome. And so those projects have a greater chance of getting funded often in Sparksville. Not always, but often.
Correct. This is important. All right, so now I should make a joke. I'm now go through the algorithms for each of those 16 scores, but I'm not going to go do that. I'm going to go just through one so you get a feel for it. Only Mr. Gribben would be excited for all 16. All right, so we're going to go through an example on congestion. The congestion mitigation score, we're going to go through the way it's done for corridors of statewide significance. What we're measuring is percent of person miles traveled in excessively congested areas. So the way we measure this is the percent of travel where observed speed is 25% below the posted speed limit during peak. So if you are on a road where the speed limit is 60 miles an hour, we're saying how much time and how many people are moving through this corridor when they are traveling less than 45 miles an hour, which I think all of us would say ugh, it feels really congested. So this is how the score is measured. We have an example on 81 near where we are now that we're just going to give. So if you had, I'm going to say, this is measured by the number of cars that experience this congestion. Let's imagine that all 4 hours of peak, we had the same number of cars. So if 2 out of the 4 hours were traveling less than 45 miles an hour, that segment would get a score of 50% of the time is spent excessively congested. That's bad. For this road segment near us, the 2.62% of travel is experiencing this extreme congestion. So if the outcome is greater than 2% anywhere, that gets a flag as this now has a need. We're not saying if it's high or low, we're saying it has a need, and now this road segment and all projects associated with it are eligible for lots of things. So, in the next slide, we'll get into, once we've identified it as a need, how do we rank it as priority 1, priority 2? But that's the big picture. Any questions on that? Okay. I should say these scores and the need flags were developed in the teens with a lot of different stakeholder processes with lots of input from localities, MPOs, and the state agencies themselves. So, with this example. So then how do we classify this segment overall? How does it get onto that map with a need? So I've broken down what score this got for each of the corridor of statewide significance things. It got a 2.62% for congestion mitigation. It didn't have issues for travel time reliability. There's no rail. There was no need for capacity preservation. It did get a score for transportation demand management. That is saying, are there a lot of smart, short trips that maybe shouldn't be on a highway? But why are these tiny trips on a highway? There's opportunities to do something differently if there's a bunch of short trips. And it had some incidences, so it got a safety score. After these scores are measured in their raw units, they are then normalized. Again, if you've been in our Smart Scale presentations, you will be familiar that scores are normalized so that different types of measures can be compared to each other. And then they are weighted, again, like Smart Scale, according to that weighting table you saw. So that all happens, it gets a score. But then VTrans has a different thing, which is you can get bonus points in VTrans. You can get bonus points if you have a few other elements that the board has deemed something we really want to pay attention to. So you can get bonus points if you're co-located with a pavement-related need, a bridge-related need, like if you have a bridge that's also flagged as needs improvement. If you have exposure to flooding risk, this is the manifestation of some of that long-term vision and concerns, and if you're in an economically distressed area. This road segment is in a medium-scored economically distressed level, so it gets a few bonus points. So it has a final score of 1.087. Any questions thus far? All right, great. Then we rank it as P1, P2, P3, P4. To be a P1, priority 1 need, it is done by percentile brackets. This 1.07 score is in the bottom 85 percentile of all of the corridors of statewide significance, so it's a P4, which is the lowest of the 4 priorities, but it's still eligible for a lot of these programs. And that is how we move through a very similar process to Smart Scale using very similar inputs to get these rankings. Really, no questions? Okay, great. All right, so now I'm going to talk about the thing I alluded to before, which are there's sort of different categories of roads. We call these markets. Corridors of statewide significance are statewide. An example might be I-64 or I-81. A corridor of statewide significance, what is classified, is designated by CTB policy. This allows us to rank segments statewide against each other, right? So this segment in Bristol is ranked against the most congested segment of 95 leading into DC, right? It's a statewide prioritization. Contrary to that, the rest of the roads that are not corridors of statewide significance are eligible to be a regional network. A regional network, this is defined by code, so we don't have authority to change this definition, are any road within an MPO boundary, and if that MPO cuts a county in two, the rest of that county. So this allows ranking within a community, right? So it may not be that somewhere in Bristol is going to be able to compete with Northern Virginia on a congestion basis, but we also have rankings within this MPO community, right? So that allows us to prioritize localized things. Because this is designed by code, the regional networks are updated automatically if the MPO's boundaries themselves are updated. So we don't have much control over that as a board. Last, there are urban development areas. They also get to be ranked amongst themselves. This is designated for high-density areas. Basically, it is locally driven, so they get to designate if there's a development area they want to try to rank within itself and sort of give some additional attention to. So where the CTB has authority are on those corridors of statewide significance. The updates, there's no schedule. It is based on CTB vote, majority vote. There have been updates that have happened twice in the past. In those updates and in the initial process to designate the corridors of statewide significance, there were criteria that were defined to sort of guide what is so designated. Those criteria have changed over time. So also the CTB has the power to set those criteria if they so choose as well. All right, that was our overview of VTrans. Questions, comments? Now we'll talk about how we share it with others. Great. All right, so here again, we're going to do some statutory requirements. We are required to share our updates with the General Assembly and the governor. We are not required to share the whole thing. We're required to share a summarized document. So an executive summary, if you will. That must be made first available to the governor and General Assembly and then immediately after available to the public. We have to share it with the CTB because the CTB has to approve it. However, there is no definition of how it should be shared. I understand this has come up in the prior administration, the format. There is no format requirement, so it is up to y'all to tell us what format you want it in. You might just want the executive summary. You might want the executive summary and a bunch of maps. You might want a full report. Totally up to y'all. We are happy to comply. Our only request is that you give us some lead time so we know what format it should be in to be reviewed and approved by y'all. The only requirement to share with the public is, again, that summary that is also shared with the governor. However, practically, for the industry to work, we have to share a lot of the detail. And that detail is geospatial, so we have to share geospatial data. So the midterm needs, there's a digital portal, I'll show you a few images, that contain this detailed GIS data, which is also available for localities or whoever's working with them to download. That web portal also contains, because it should be all in the same place, lots of information about the details of all the strategic actions, the risk register, all of that is available in the same place. So it is a great web portal. You can filter it a lot of different ways. It shows, you can sort it to just look at corridors of statewide significance and their priority rankings. You can sort it just to look at your regional network, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, let me go back. So as you can see, this, I have filtered it for the 2025 prioritized midterm needs. For each construction district priority, red is P1, and then moving down through orange and yellow is P2, P3. One of the things I want to remind everybody of construction districts and regional networks all have P1, P2, P3, P4. So if you hear a comment like, there's no P1 in your district, there are, by definition, P1s in your district. That doesn't mean every county and every locality has P1 needs, but they are defined so that every district has a bunch. So you can see all those in the web portal. Another element that I like is you can see where there have been smart scale applications and then approved smart scale projects and overlay that with the P1 needs if you want to explore that. And you can access this all on the web. Here are the corridors of statewide significance, statewide priority, and you can see they are concentrated where you may expect them to be concentrated. I-95 and I-64. What's next? If any of this was really exciting and you want a deeper dive workshop meeting, we are happy to provide it. In a coming meeting, we are going to do that update on the progress of strategic actions, and at that time, give some recommendations on if there needs to be any changes to that list. I know there was appetite for that in December of last year. The midterm biannual data refresh will be completed in October 27. There's no CTP input necessary, but we will sit down with the district representatives and review what may have changed for your district, if desired. And again, that new report is due to the governor by December 29. If the CTB decides there should be an update to any of the policies or not, we can do that at any time between now and then. In your appendices, we have the long list of all the risks, the opportunities, and the strategic actions if you want to look at any of them in detail. And we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Schul. Mr. Minshew?
Thank you, Secretary. A great presentation, Dr. Schul. We had a field trip yesterday, and that put a question in my mind. If a citizen from Taylor's Valley of Virginia were to drive into Richmond and go to VDOT and say, I'd like a copy of VTrans that I can take home and read, we don't have good internet connectivity in Taylor's Valley. I want to communicate my thoughts to my Bristol District CTB member. What would you give her?
I would give them the read format of the web portal, right? So, and I think as was brought up in December, you have to know how to make a computer do that. So I know how to make a computer do that and spit it out and print it out. But we can look into making a sort of an easily accessible PDF that does that.
This is not like a countywide transportation plan that you can actually give a copy adopted by the board and say, here's a written copy of our 400-page transportation plan.
Right.
VTran doesn't really allow that.
It currently does not. If the board wants it to, you can vote and tell us to make it like that because there's no statutory requirement. So in past years, we said, hey, people tend to be interacting with it online. I will say some of the map data is, in my opinion, better online because you can zoom in and zoom out. But some of the other data may be better, or maybe it's not better or worse. It's just whatever y'all prefer. You can tell us however we should do it.
Thank you.
Well, and just one point, the summary document is available. You can get it at the General Assembly building. It's submitted to the Department of Legislative Automated Services. And so it's what level of information that you're looking at as to whether or not you can do that theoretical. If you want to get down to the maps and the specific needs, that, as Dr. Schul noted, is not possible. But if you want to look at just how are we doing it, what are kind of the high-level takeaways and what are like those long-term risks, that is all available. But getting into like the granular, where specifically is a given need in a given district or on the statewide network, that currently is only online.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Payne?
I believe Mr. Smoot was ahead of me, I'm sorry.
Oh, Dr. Smoot?
Go ahead, please.
Great presentation, thank you. Being a bit lazy, can you send me a convenient link to VTrans
Yes, I
as
can.
well? And I would like to have a deeper dive.
Sure,
whenever
we
you
can
have
set
an
up time
opportunity.
and we can go through your district and show you all the different roads that are prioritized in the background on
Right,
them.
and I saw in your PowerPoint, we're updating or participating in an update by October 29th? Is that what I saw, or?
By December 2029, so in 4 years, we must update.
Right. So in October, did I see this coming October that we're going to, October 27, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when the detailed maps will be updated. And so because you did not see the 25 update, I think we should sit down with you and go through what it is for your district right now. And then in 27, we can say, hey, here's what changed when we reran the numbers based on how traffic and access and activity have changed in your district in those 2 years.
Right. In the grading, just remind me, is that done internally with VDOT in the locality, or is that done with us? How is that grading?
Like the P1, P2 grading?
Yes.
So there is a methodology, which is a PDF and is real long. And so the CTB has approved that methodology document. So the staff, which is a mix of OIPI and localities give the data. It's very automated now because it's just a methodology and you put in our I should say, VDOT, OIPI share the data source. So it's the same data source that it feeds the automated program, which just implements this giant methodology document, and that's how it's done. So it's very transparent how the grading is done, and that website contains all the feeder data to it as well.
Thank you.
And Mr. Payne, I believe Dr. Schul mentioned this earlier. When we first developed the kind of current metrics that are being used, we went through, I think, extensive, maybe understates the public engagement process that we have, but we had staff go and meet essentially with every single locality, every planning district commission, every MPO, say, here are our metrics, and then we held, I think, a 90-day public comment period where I think we got like 500, like down to like, you should change this metric in this way because you're ignoring this condition in my type of community. And believe it or not, we actually debated some of those things at this body at that time. So I believe Mr. Whitworth, who represented the Winchester region in particular, we had an extensive discussion about what was and was not congestion in a regional network there. And so there was a lot of feedback, but as Dr. Schul was saying, at this point, it is automated and kind of just moves forward. That doesn't mean those issues couldn't be revisited. But to your point of like what was the local input, there was extensive local input on the measures we're currently using, though it was a number of years ago.
Think of it as the board approves the methodology, and there were changes made in April 2025, and that is a big, big document. And then the board sees the outcome of those methodologies when the data is run every 2 years.
Oh, Dr. Smoot?
Thank you, Dr. Schul. And say a word about corridors of statewide significance and how they relate to both V-Trans and Smart Scale.
So corridors of statewide significance, they relate to V-Trans because corridors of statewide significance are scored as one market. So again, you have I-81 in Bristol being ranked against I-95 in Northern Virginia and I-64 in Hampton Roads and all the other corridors of statewide significance. So that's sort of the way they relate to V-Trans. When they relate to Smart Scale, in Smart Scale, they are effectively the same as a regional network, right? You have to be on one of them. The exception for both V-Trans, so corridor of statewide significance and regional networks are very similar in Smart Trans. I said you have to be on one of them to be in Smart Scale. The exception is for safety. So for a safety Smart Trans project or a high-level V-Trans score, it can be on any road in the Commonwealth. Everything else, we only look at the regional networks and the corridors of statewide significance. So there is not much difference in Smart Scale if you're in COSS or regional network. There are...
Really quickly, Dr. Schul, the one distinction I think is if you are not a need for a corridor of statewide significance or a regional network, you are not eligible for the high priority projects statewide
Yes.
pot.
Unless
in Smart
it's a
Scale,
safety.
and so by being a corridor of statewide significance need, you are eligible for both funding programs. Whereas like a local growth area need is not otherwise eligible for the kind of statewide discretionary need.
Yes.
Funding, excuse me.
So I think what I'm trying to say is, in Smart Scale, corridor of statewide significance and regional network are essentially the same.
Stamp.
Maybe somebody can help me, but in December, we went through an attempt to modify the V-Trans, and I don't remember exactly what the push was at the time or what the then secretary wanted to accomplish with what we were doing at that time, but I do recall that one of the major issues was a lack of an ability to measure whether what we were doing with V-Trans was successful or not successful, and the measurement factor was something that precluded us from proceeding further. I don't really remember.
I think that is exactly correct. And the reason that the board took no action on it at that time was the lack of metrics
Measure.
to indicate whether we were doing what we thought we were doing or not.
So we can't comment directly. What I can say is that you definitely didn't vote on anything and didn't approve any changes.
Right, because of that.
Yes. So the way that works, that means the 2021 language is all still active. But what I am hearing you say is that when we come back and do the progress updates, you would like to hear about how these metrics directly connect to what we said our objectives were.
Exactly.
Understood.
Thank you.
I will also say, as a data scientist, sometimes there is no metric, but I think we can also be very honest about that and say, like, hey, there's no metric, there's indicators, because some things are just very hard to measure.
And Mr. Stan, I'll just make an editorial comment. I think I'll speak for myself and myself only. I share your perspective on wanting to make sure that the metrics are things that can be measured. I don't really want an output metric of did we do something, yes or no. I want to understand whether or not an outcome or we are moving towards an outcome there. So you will see that in the stuff that comes back from us over time in the coming months, is we want to measure actual things and not just whether or not we, like today I got up. I don't want a metric of just an action I took. I want a metric on whether or not it is achieving something.
I will also say you also considered removing, I think, 6 of the strategic actions because you thought the things that, the sort of big picture societal trends that were driving them were no longer that important, but that also was not voted on.
Other questions or comments for Dr. Schul? We have pavements and bridges next, so this is your last opportunity for a while to talk about anything beyond pavement condition and bridge condition. Okay, no one seems to be taking it.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schul. Commissioner?
Morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Happy to be here this morning and to be able to go through a continued discussion on pavements and bridges. I hope the lack of questions for Dr. Schul is not an indicator that you're holding back for questions from this presentation. So,
it was in my case.
I can't wait. We started, so I appreciate again being here this morning to brief the board on our activities that we have undertaken since April of this year. So I just want to give the board a quick update. We took a hiatus back in June from any conversations about our maintenance and operations program or the comprehensive review. And therefore, I thought we'd start off with a slide that just encapsulates where we are today. In April, we provided an overview of the work that was undertaken in 2019, known as the comprehensive review, looking at our maintenance and operations program. The April presentation gave you an update or the background as to how we arrived at our pavement targets, our bridge targets, and what our investments were over that period of time in a 20 and 50-year program for both of those assets. In May, I came back before this board to speak about the other aspects of the comprehensive review that focused on routine maintenance. And for those new board members, routine maintenance is simply ditching activities, pipe replacement, daylighting of trees, vegetation control, mowing activities, all the other things that we do on a day-to-day basis to keep the highway system open. We have emergencies that were attached to our maintenance and operations program. We saw a little bit of that with the Hurricane Helene response yesterday in Taylor's Valley, Route 58, and the slides that we showed. Snow removal is part of our emergency funding, as well as landslides. We're in the Bristol district that does have a number of landslides due to the rain events and the terrain that we experience. In May, I had brought forth what I call the tensions in the program and what have we experienced since 2019. And that's really the cost of doing business. Our commodity costs have increased, our equipment costs have increased, our labor costs have increased, and the buying power of that dollar is just not the same as what it was. Today's presentation is really focused on the rebaselining of that 2019 comprehensive review. And today's presentation is going to focus exactly on pavements and bridges. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the scenarios that we have run that have identified what our performance targets might look like based upon the level of investment that we want to or you want to make forward. And at that point, I'm going to suggest some performance levels that the board may want to consider. Just as a recap as to what the actions were that we've taken. First and foremost, in 2019, we started with a business-focused approach to how we do business. We're going to carry that forward in the 26 review. In 2019, we went from a short-term improvements to long-term performance. And what I mean by that is, and for the new board members, in 2019, we were making investment decisions in pavements in 2 years, looking forward in 2-year increments. We know a pavement lasts 10, 15, 20 years. We need to be looking at the life cycle of a pavement and an asset. We were making bridge decisions in a similar way, not necessarily in 2-year increments, but we were focused on the worst, looking at structurally deficient bridges and replacing those. We know that that's not the right approach to doing business. We need a blended approach, looking at preservation and reconstruction activities all in one. So we took, for pavements, a 20-year look, for bridges, a 50-year look. We're rebaselining based upon the sustainable performance of our assets. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about our investments and recognizing the maintenance and operations program is one source of monies that we're putting to work for our maintenance of our existing assets. But it's also the construction program is a vital aspect to making sure that we have an asset or infrastructure that is world-class. We can't do one without the other. They're complementary. Part of the construction program, as you know, is made up of state of good repair, but also other funding sources that are available, our P3 program that we have today. So now that we have 6 years worth of operational experience and the trend lines to say where we have been, plan versus actual, and how we have performed, it's time to relook at our assets. So these are three areas that I'm going to have an overview for today. But before we look towards where we're going, I believe that it's important to know where we have come and how far we have come. You know, in Virginia, these are actual pictures of our road crews in the early 1900s. We have come a very long way. The Route 1, I think, says it all, and this is the same set of pictures from the same location. 1919, mud roads. A little bit different in 1930, 1989, and now we have curb and gutter in 2006 in Dumfries. Slide of Interstate 81 and 460. Certainly the Interstate 81 along the 1960s, the interstate era in full bloom. Very greenfield project, if you ask me. Giles, the Route 460 and Giles Road, another major primary connecting our communities. But as we continue to evolve, we continue to increase the inventory of the assets that we have and the items that VDOT needs to maintain. And this is just simply a slide that shows the number of lane miles that we've added since 2006. Now, it's about 6,000 lane miles total. We might not think that that's a lot, but it's coming into an inventory that we've experienced with little growth in our program. Now, complementing this, complementing our inventory, we also need to look at the increased usage of not only passenger cars, but heavy vehicles that have an impact on our pavements and bridges. Now, I'll just highlight the dip in 2020, COVID response, our traffic numbers went down, but what this slide says that we've rebounded and we're continuing to exceed, continue to see growth on our network. So when we look at our network, we need to recognize that we have increased demands. As I've just shown, traffic volumes continue to increase, but our weights of our vehicles continue to increase while we have an aging infrastructure. And so you're going to hear me say this a number of times, that we have increased usage, we have increased inventory, and we have an aging infrastructure. And that's a compounding issue. What this slide simply shows is, some of our pavements that were designed in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s had a different design vehicle. We're up to 80,000 pounds or less on our interstates or on our facilities today, but at the federal level, there's some conversation about wanting to increase those legal loads to 91,000 pounds. What is that impact that's going to have on our pavements and bridges? And this is just a slide that simply shows some of the other vehicles that are using our facilities today that do have an impact. Before I go into what pavements and bridges are, I want to just give a quick overview of how good pavements react to loads and how pavements act to loads, because it's going to become very important later in the slide deck. So off to the right, you have a good pavement. Looks excellent. Off to the left, you have a good pavement. Off to the right, you have a poor pavement. This is assuming that the same load, both pavements react differently. A good pavement, the top layer absorbs most of the stress and pushes down that stress, reduces the amount of stress as it goes through the pavement layer, distributes it much more evenly. But what happens in a poor pavement off to the right is that there is no structural integrity of that upper layer that impacts the lower layers, and the stress transmits all the way down to the subbase and the base course materials. This requires then heavier reconstruction activities, which I will show you costs more when we have poor pavements. So I'm going to walk through from the left to the right. What you see in that picture is meant that what we call is a critical condition index, a CCI, of 80 to 90. It's in pretty good shape. It's very good shape. Now, what we see out of this is a preventive maintenance. Be touching the top layer of that. As I move further to the right, these are deeper reconstruction activities that end up occurring that we need to take place. A corrective measure, a restorative measure, and a reconstructive effort. As I move right, I impact further down into the structural integrity of the pavement. Now, what I really want to highlight is at the bottom of those columns, you see a 4 times under the corrective measure. At the very bottom of that column, you see 4 times more expensive than the PM. Then in the restorative, 2 times more expensive than CM. And then finally, under RC, it is 2 times more expensive for the RM. So in layman's terms, my preventive maintenance costs, let's say, $1. My corrective is 4 times that. My restorative is 8 times the preventive maintenance. And my reconstruction activity is 16 times the cost. So as I get worse, it's going to cost more. This slide is similar to the ones that we presented in May, but I've inserted it here again so that just to highlight that we have experienced significant cost increases over the last several years. These are actual bid tabulations that we have that for these commodities or elements of either a bridge or a pavement structure that we have. The reason why I say that is that this slide shows the commodity pricing versus CPI, Consumer Price Index growth, versus what we have here shown in the dotted line is the National Highway Construction Cost Index. This is not to be confused with the CCI that I spoke about just moments ago about pavement condition. This is the Construction Cost Index. All I want to show you with this is commodities have outpaced growth in the program. The HMOF grows at CPI and does not grow to the National Highway Construction Index. And that will become more evident as we go along. So let me start with pavements. And I'm just going to give you, for the new board members, a little bit of an overview. For the existing board members, what you may have escaped you back in the April timeframe when we went through it. The board, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, adopted the targets to the left. Your interstate target has a sufficiency rating of your pavements at 82%, greater than or equal 82%, with no pavement sections below 35. So let me touch base on what CCI is and what those percentages mean. The sufficiency percentage, and this is in the table off to the right, is the percentage of lane miles with a CCI greater than 60. In other words, my pavements, all the pavement, what is the percentage of pavements greater than 60? So for the interstate system, it means 82% are greater than 60. So our threshold is 60, and you can see what above a 60 looks like. So that means 18% of the pavements are below that. Now, the important part with this is on our interstate system, we say that no segment of the interstate system can be below 35, which is, in our minds, poor, failing, and needs to be updated and replaced. The others, and you can see what the primary and the secondary performance targets are. They are indexed versus higher ADTs versus lower ADTs, and that just means the number of vehicles traveling that roadway greater than 3,500 daily or less than 3,500. Stop there and see if there's any questions on that.
How do you track that real time?
Every year, we will measure, and this is annually, it's not in real time, but annually, we will do a pavement assessment, 100% of our interstate, 100% of our primary, 100% of our high-volume secondaries. And then every 5 years, or 20% of the lower volume secondaries are reviewed. So we'll get a full picture every 5 years on those lower volume secondaries.
Mr. Payne?
If I may just note, a lot of times on the secondary component, land use development projects bring to the surface, lack of a better way to describe it, the issues with the pavements and through the traffic study. So if there's an improvement that must be made by that project, typically it's done at that time.
Sir, but I will highlight, and you'll see in how we have performed since the board took action in advancing the secondary system. We have increased our performance quite drastically in the secondary system to acceptable levels. This is just a slide reminding us what the 2019 board had adopted. We looked at an optimal investment strategy at that point in time, which is the bottom green box across in this table, that adopted the proposed targets at the time, and then what the increase in funding would need to be over our investment back in 2019.
And Commissioner, before you leave the slide, so members of the board, this is a microcosm of what we're going to have to do on a probably larger scale as we get through this presentation. But what you can see here is we made trade-offs in 2019. To keep meeting our current targets, we are going to have to provide 61 million more a year, and then going up to 82 million more a year, again in constant dollars, to meet those targets. What you can see is we made trade-offs. So we actually lowered certain targets, particularly for lower volume roadways there, set higher ones for some of the higher volume secondaries, and then that lowered the amount that the additional funding that we needed. So remember, that additional funding, under the code, or the budget in Virginia and the code, we are a maintenance first state. So we always will transfer funds from construction to meet our performance targets. And so that's where these additional resources come from, when we decide we may need those to meet certain conditions of the system. And this was kind of a trade-off that was made at that time is, hey, you know what, on certain high-volume secondaries, we actually want to be much higher than where we are today. On some lower volume secondaries, we'll accept the trade of being slightly lower than where we are today. And on some of the lower volume primaries, we'll accept kind of slightly lower kind of performance where we are. And that will reduce the impact to the construction budget in terms of the additional resources that we need. And so this is the crux of what we're going to be talking about in the coming months. The commissioner's going to show you sensitivity tests that show you kind of what some of those trade-offs are. And again, these are like bookends and a chapter or two in the middle, right? So there's a variety of places you can land that we're not showing. But this is what we have to deal with today and in the coming months is which way do we want to lean? Do we want to ensure certain levels of performance and then have a lower amount of construction funding? Are we willing to accept lower condition performance potentially to have a higher construction? It's not a right or wrong. In many circumstances, these are value judgments, but this is a really important discussion, and today is kind of setting the table for this fall on continuing discussions that we're going to have. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Secretary, if I could piggyback on that a bit, in my experience in certainly dealing with secondary and primary roads in many projects, constituents are extraordinarily sensitive to secondary roads because they live off of them, right? Just improving shoulders, for example, is a big deal to them. So for overarching comment from my end, investment in improving these secondary roads and improving the maintenance, I'm 100% would support, just because I hear that basically almost every day in my practice of the concerns of the constituents, because again, they live on those roads all day long. Anyways, that's my point. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
No, thank you, Mr. Payne. And I don't doubt anything that you just said, but we also talked yesterday about how like the Fredericksburg district wants more construction resources too. And so the trade-off is if we lean fully that way is there's going to be less construction resources. And again, we'll see a bunch of sensitivity tests and the commissioner will put a much finer point on it than this high level kind of comment that I'm making. But so I agree completely. And I think what we're going to do as a board is figure out where do we want to land that plane in terms of those two trade-offs.
Yes, sir. And notwithstanding my comment, we'll take both, actually.
And that is often the perspective we sometimes hear. But fortunately, you're not going to have that choice as a vote in the coming months, but I understand.
Mr. Secretary, I'll move along. The next slide is really a little bit of our investment comparison in 2019 to today. I'll just say in 2019, we came together, presented the comprehensive review. Those dollar figures that I showed on the previous slide, held them constant, which we know is not the right thing to do because simply of inflation that is there. So it was not meant to be constant, but we did show it as constant, and I think that was one of the pitfalls that we've learned, and you'll see in this slide deck that we are inflating the numbers out, whether it be 20 years or 50 years, and what you can expect in a program and growth that is going to be necessary to meet these targets. Second part,
Commissioner,
again,
really quick, they were always never meant, they were shown constant for purposes of display. It always assumed inflation, but people didn't process it maybe the way we were hoping because it was shown on a flat basis.
that's right.
Yeah.
We wanted to do it for comparison purposes,
Yes.
not necessarily to say that we were holding things stagnant. The second bullet simply says, as you know, is that the investment strategies that we have today would not have met the performance levels that we had anticipated. Now, what I will say is that the Commonwealth Transportation Board has made one-time infusions into the paving program just to be able to meet our performance targets. And you're going to see that it correlates very well to the National Highway Construction Cost Index that's there. I'll show you this on the next page on what these impacts are. It's a little bit of a busy slide. I'll just highlight the bottom line that you see in blue was the comprehensive review and our investment strategies over from 2019 really to today. That it is flat. We did not. This is just showing that we did not grow it for inflation. You take the green line and the growth in the maintenance and operations program, and that's what we could anticipate. Now, there's a dashed dotted line that reflects the construction cost index, the FHWA one, and inflating what those 2019 dollars would look like. And you can see that it mirrors fairly well what the board's action over the last several years have been to be able to increase the funding to the paving program and really mirror what truly has happened within the construction program or with construction and commodity costs and equipment costs. I would just say that this was by happenstance that when we pulled this slide together, we did not mirror it, but moving forward, it might be something that we want to entertain in the coming months or
And
years.
so, well, Commissioners, go back really quick. So just again, if we had actually grown investments by what we typically do, that's the green line. So that would be $603 million this year. We're actually spending $774 million this year because of the one-time infusions. I really want to stress this word, one time. So that means we don't have that amount planned going forward. And so part of the reasons, again, some of you have talked about round 6 and the size of round 6 of Smart Scale. The reason the size of round 6 of Smart Scale was what it was as small as it was is because the board made the decision to put some of these one-time infusions into pavement. And so that has, again, that was a direct trade-off that the board considered and made at those times.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
and Steve, help me here, but related to what you just said, those who were on the board about a year ago, I think will recall that we were asked to approve, I believe it was a $100 million funding in order to just be able to accomplish the pavement that had already been anticipated for that year. In other words, the cost of asphalt had gone up, I think something like 125% or something above where it had been just several years earlier. And if we were going to get this work done, we had to come up with some more money. And that was sort of in the bottom of the ninth inning in the fiscal year 1 year back. Is that generally correct?
Generally. So a little bit, so let me go through this slide and see if I can't answer that question, Dr. Smoot. Overall, so let me step back and say, here are the goals and objectives of our rebaselining attempt. One, we need to ask the question and answer it, are the 2019 performance metrics that the board adopted still appropriate? Second is, how did the actual performance compare to the predictions? And then three, through this rebaseline that we're presenting today, is what is the optimization of the investment strategy? Now, off to the right in this table are the scenarios. The first scenario, and Dr. Smoot, to your point, the current funding level when we strip out the one-time investment strategy is $600 million. Now, we've been investing $774 million now for 2 years. So it's about 107, we asked for about a $274 million infusion of funds along the way, but the board has not adopted anything beyond $600 million in paving. So if we revert back to $600 million, I will show you what happens to the paving, anticipated impacts to the paving program under that scenario.
Commissioners, to say that slightly differently, the budget that was adopted and the assumptions that underpin what is available for the various programs assumes $600 million for each of the next 6 years, obviously grown at CPI, not 774 grown at CPI. So if we decide we want to go to 774 growing at CPI a year, I'm going to do kind of simple math so I don't screw it up. Let's just say that's $200 million a year, give or take above that. That's $1.2 billion that comes out of the construction program.
Second scenario assumes that we're going to take our current funding plus the additional gin up what we have at 170 plus the 174 million to make the paving program whole to where it is today. Let's take a look at what our investments are today and run that out for the next 20 years. The third investment is meeting the current targets that the Commonwealth Transportation Board adopted. So we're a little bit ahead on the interstate program that I'll show you. What is the impact if we reduce the interstate program down to 82%? I've got some slides for us. And then the fourth is we beat the current interstate, continue to meet the current performance on the interstate program, and then meet our performance targets that the board adopted. So hold steady with what we have today. What will that cost? Off to the left, I just want to highlight, and I'll talk a little bit about this a little bit more. VDOT's maintained pavements, 130,000 lane miles. The breakdown, interstate primary and secondary, you can see almost 55, a little more than 5,500 lane miles. Interstate, 22,000 primary, and the bulk of our system rests with the secondary system. Again, I just want to highlight cost of increased aging inventory, increased inventory, and I just need to be mindful to the board that we have weather events that do impact our system, which is our snow activities, plowing activities. We do put down salt and sometimes some chemicals to be able to get us down to a bare pavement during winter operations. We have freeze-thaw cycles, heat, other things that do impact the deterioration of our pavements. But let me go through each of these items that you have. A little bit busy of a slide. This will become much more apparent on the graphs that I'm going to show. But I want to highlight our current investment. To me, this is extremely important. Our current investment at $774 million. One of the most impactful assets that we have, $750 million today goes to pavements. $3 billion, or $750 million. All right. For interstate, we have 4 scenarios that we ran. Our primary, 3, and then our secondary system, 3. And the reason why we only have 3 is because we're already meeting the performance targets that the CTB has adopted for primary and the secondary. This is just a simple breakdown, what we can assume or what our assumptions were for the investments in the first 6 years and then the remaining 13 years of a 20-year look ahead from our models. So let me first begin with the interstate system. Again, 56, almost 5,700 or 5,700 lane miles. If we take our current funding without the one-time infusions, we will see the interstate, or we're going to project that the interstate system and our pavements will deteriorate following this degradation line. We can see starting in 2023 or 2033 that we start seeing segments of our interstate having a CCI, critical condition index, of less than 35, meaning we'll start seeing pavement sections failing. And that's pictures off to your right. So this is at 600 million. If we take the same analysis and run it with our 774 million over the next 20 years, we can see we're doing a lot better. Our performance at the end is about 72% sufficiency. That's still below our targets that the board adopted. This time, we're cutting about half of those segments that would be failing in half. About 600 lane miles still would be failing. And if we ever wanted to bring those back up, it's going to, remember, 16 times the cost of doing preventative maintenance activities. So what happens when we look at investing at the level of what the board adopted for the interstate system, which is 82%? You can see our performance, our existing performance, and how we have performed since 2019. Off to the left in the black line, we're about 91% sufficiency. That means 9% is below 60, a CCI of 60. Not too bad. This is what it's going to take at 82% sufficiency in the next 6 years. We'll degrade it down if we were to do this and have no lane miles less than 35, a CCI of 35. Our investment over the next several years is $3.4 billion over 20 years. About 151 million. You can see over this period of time, either way, to be able to bring the interstate system up, we're going to need additional funds over this period of time for the interstate system.
And Commissioner, I just want to highlight, for members of the board, if you're looking at, there's not much of a difference between the green and orange in those first 6 years. There's a significant difference in those outer years. And as a reminder, that's in 2026 dollars. So it's not a difference of 31 million when we get to that nominal stage. It's going to be much greater than that. And so what you're basically having, Commissioner, if I have this correct, and so this is looking for you to confirm, is we're basically having a slide in condition, and then to stabilize, we have to invest more because the system is in worse shape. And so instead of doing more preventative maintenance, we're doing more of number 2 and 3.
That's right.
There, which have a greater cost. And so that's why we have that uplift there, but that uplift stabilizes us in that kind of condition performance.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So my final slide, at least on the interstate program, is certainly what if we take our performance level today and what's that investment that's going to be needed to sustain that performance over a longer period, over the 20-year period. That's the bottom, that's the black line. Continue to have no lane miles below 35. It is part of the board's adoption. And what is the level of investment that would be needed? You can see it's about 159 million to begin with, and then in the residual 13 years, 167 million. Now I know what you're thinking. How in the world, if I'm going to degrade a pavement down to 82% and let it ride for the next 13 years, why does it cost roughly, let's just use $150 million less than if I keep the performance at the level that it is? So, as the Secretary had indicated, higher 100% sufficiency costs less from a life cycle over the 20-year period. I am simply keeping my pavements and the structural integrity of the lower sections in a higher structural integrity and letting the top layers degrade, and I'm coming back and doing more of a preventative maintenance activity or corrective maintenance activity. I go back to the slide that I presented, and it's highlighted on this one here as well. As I go from left to right, I'm 4 times more than a preventive maintenance, I'm 8 times more than the preventative maintenance, and finally 16 times more. So the whole point of that earlier slide on stresses in the pavement is indicative of what we would see on the interstate system by reducing our performance and the associated cost.
Commissioner, you go back one slide to 27. So the reason the green and red scenarios have a lower net present value in terms of cost is because we're simply not doing the reconstruction and we're having pavements fall below 35%.
There's no money to do that. Yes.
And so that's why those are less than the orange. The orange, again, is more because we're degrading, but then we are doing the reconstruction. And so we're kind of in the most expensive point there. We're ensuring there's nothing that is truly failing, but because we have to do more corrective and restorative instead of preventative maintenance, our overall expenditures are higher there. And then again, in the black, we're doing as much PM as possible and then much more limited corrective and restorative maintenance compared to that orange scenario. The commissioner and I had extended discussions about this arc of cost, so I just want to kind of give you the Reader's Digest version of several hours of discussion about this particular topic.
I think you said it more eloquently than I did.
Mr. Grimm.
Thank you for the overview, it's very helpful. The question I had is, do we have an estimate? Let's say we do not maintain and we allow the pavements to degrade, and so we have 600, 1,200 miles of interstate that are failing, in essence. If a future board were to try to restore that and come back to zero, what would that cost?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Grimm, I have not run that. I would certainly highlight the fact that what we show, at least on this, the difference between the green line and the orange line over this 20-year period, the area under the curve would be indicative of what that cost would be. We're talking 16 times when we have failing sections, 600 lane miles, and I can have the state maintenance engineer maybe run a number while I'm standing up here to say, what is 600 lane miles that have failed, what that cost would be.
I think part of this question is, are we being good stewards of the system? And yet we can lower the costs and let it ride for a little while, but at some point it becomes unsafe, right? And it's going to impact economic development in all kinds of areas. And so if a future board is like, okay, we need to get back to what is a good sound system, that would be extremely expensive.
Commissioner, I think maybe we do this thing sometimes we call NIC math, so it's accurate but not precise. My guess would be is that you could multiply the 600 miles in the green scenario by the 1.3 for the kind of the cost, 1.3 million as the cost of a lane mile to reconstruct it. And so it's like a one-time hit of 780 million, again in today's dollars. And then for the 1,200, it would be 1.5 billion as a one-time hit, again in today's dollars, just to do that. I'm guessing it's probably actually more than that, but it's just kind of if we're under 35, we know we're doing reconstruction. And we're saying reconstruction is 1.3 million a lane mile. And so if those are how many lane miles we have in that failing state, I'm guessing it's at least that to kind of get it back there.
So, Mr. Secretary, that's a sound way to just be able to take a look at it. What I would say is that based upon that math, don't forget that we still have a paving program that we still need to be operating under, so that is additive to what an annual paving program would be, assuming that we wait until that 20-year mark.
Still up?
Yes, thank you. A very enlightening presentation. One might assume such, but it's sort of shocking to actually see it in black and white. Let me ask you this. Does the weight of a vehicle impact the road surface?
Yes.
The weight of the vehicle?
Simply put, yes.
And how about the tires? the makeup of the tire, the weight of the tire?
Tires do have an impact on it, but the majority of the impact comes from the weight of a vehicle. And what we said before was a fully loaded tractor trailer is about 10,000 times a single passenger car's impact. So when you multiply that over the period of time, we design our pavements looking at what we call, I think it's still equivalent axle loading that would be there to be able to judge what the sufficiency of that pavement design would be, and that's based upon the heavy vehicles that are going to be using it.
But also the weight of an automobile, an SUV.
The weight of an automobile is fairly negligible when you think about that when we have a tractor trailer at 10,000 times. So one vehicle, one passenger car, you could take a passenger car and say an SUV is twice the weight in round terms. It is relatively negligible to the impacts associated with a tractor trailer. That's why you see the life cycle of a secondary road that doesn't have many heavy vehicles on it last longer than that of an interstate or a heavy primary roadway.
And my further question is, what is the difference between concrete highways and asphalt in terms of cost and long time wear?
So from a life cycle cost analysis, a concrete pavement will last longer than an asphalt pavement, but you can pave more times with an asphalt pavement to get almost an equivalent base. There's a use case for concrete, and there may be an opportunity to be able to revisit a two-part system, and I say more balanced for concrete versus asphalt. Concrete costs more up front. It takes longer to cure. So if we're trying to do a maintenance activity, concrete's going to take time. There are parts of the Commonwealth that want to have their roads back open in 6 hours. That's why we're paving at night, back open at peak hour in the morning, and then come back and have it open 6-8 hours during work. Concrete will not allow that. We're going to have 30 days of cure before that concrete hardens to the point where we're going to get traffic on it. So there's a balance to be had.
So Commissioner, I want to say what you just said differently. We're going to shut down the section of roadway we are rebuilding for more than a month if it's concrete and we have to rebuild it.
I will say it would be a lane that I would look at rather than a segment.
I'm speaking from the experience I've seen driving. So I was driving to a wedding in South Dakota, and we were on an interstate, obviously much lighter volumes, and they literally closed, I guess it was the eastbound direction, and then they put up a little Jersey barrier, and on the westbound direction, they had one lane for each version of traffic, and I've seen the same thing in North Carolina and US 29.
That's why you see what you see on bridge decks as well.
Yeah.
It may look like that lane is usable, but it's still curing the concrete before we can put traffic on it.
And so, Mr. Secretary, my last sort of question, which is much more broadly speaking, is are economies just on time delivery goals of using tractor trailer trucks to deliver goods and services actually has a greater cost than the public realizes right now?
Yes.
And that, I think that's something that we actually need to think about. How do we communicate this to the public and maybe to the General Assembly? I don't know how they think about these things, but when you think about the who's bearing the cost of the roadway and the construction of the roadway and maintenance of good quality highway systems, I think it's something that we need to think about, that it's the consumer who wants just on time delivery may have to bear a higher cost to be able to have that. Thank you.
It's a very fair point, Ms. Dunlop. Mr. Stant?
It's enlightening, but it's also frightening. And I guess my question is, I can understand this, but is this a presentation that we're going to be able to solve, or is this a presentation that needs to be made to various transportation committees of the General Assembly? I mean,
Mr. Stant, I'll answer that question for the commissioner. What I would say is the General Assembly has given this board wide latitude and authority to allocate transportation dollars. Again, I think I've said this before, but in a lot of other states, the General Assembly actually approves the 6-year program and can reject it. So said differently, the General Assembly approves what you guys have delegated authority to approve in the Commonwealth. And so I think they are going to expect us to address this in the way that we determine to be best. I think it is fair to say they may have comments on how we choose to do that, but I think it is our responsibility with the authority that's been delegated to us to make determinations about what is the appropriate pavement and bridge targets, and then understanding what those ramifications are for the construction program. We always do presentations to the General Assembly, so I have a high degree of confidence that at some point during the next session, I'll be called in front of House Appropriations and Senate Finance and Appropriations to explain this. But I think it would be inappropriate for us to highlight this and then not make a decision. I think we have to make a decision, and then other people will tell us whether or not they are comfortable with how we have chosen to use the resources within the delegated authority they've given us.
That's my point. We've got the authority. The question is, we have a finite resource.
Yeah.
We've got X amount of money. How we whack up that money, I understand, is our decision. But what I'm hearing is, where's the money coming from? We got authority, but the resource is the issue, in my opinion.
They are going to be, this is the first of several presentations. This is setting the table, but we are going to have some very tough conversations about trade-offs. And I want to be clear, depending on where we land, those trade-offs could be significant there. And I think it's our duty to, be clear, transparent, and to make sure that the decision makers, the public and others know about the trade-offs and how we've considered them. But I guess I don't want to sugarcoat this. There's not an easy way out of this. Everything we do from here is going to require saying, I want more, pavements in worse conditions or more bridges in worse conditions, which leads to posting, or I want less money in the construction program. Now, there may be also hybrids to that as well. And so again, we will come back after we get some initial feedback and hear more of your questions today. So the purpose of today is to show you this, to kind of make sure we're understanding what you're thinking about, the tensions you see, the things you may want us to explore more. And we'll be coming back later this fall with things to consider as we start the discussion about how do we want to try and balance these trade-offs. But they are real trade-offs, and there's no good decision. What we're going to land on is what we think is the least bad of the outcome, because we do have the finite resources, and we have to make the decision today, from my perspective, with the resources that we have. Down the road, who knows what others may choose to do, but that is our responsibility.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot and then Mr. Minchell.
Something that I figured out a lot later than I should have serving on this board is that generally speaking, there is little or no general fund money that goes into transportation. All comes from sources that were shared with us earlier, from fuel tax revenue and all kinds of other, generally may not be called that, but it seems to be tax revenue, new vehicle sales, things of that nature. But there's practically no, and there have been a few exceptions, not many, general fund money going into transportation. Now, you will also find, once you join the CTB, that your opportunities to speak to civic clubs in your district or region increase. And I have found when I go out there and do that there's practically no understanding of this out amongst the general public. When you have your questions and things after you talk, everybody's really excited about new construction, but how many, evening news segments have you seen of elected officials cutting a ribbon over a new paving project? I think the answer is zero. But, the new construction, and I think we heard what we've had like over 6,000 new lane miles built in the last, how many years?
20.
Yeah. And there has been no appropriation for maintenance of any of this. And that's what we're seeing here today. So we're not going to solve this today, but it is an issue that's out there that I think is going to receive greater, and needs to receive greater attention. And it may be painful. And what advice do you have to give us as board members of how we?
So I think the most important thing, guys, is if the Assembly believes we are taking things to advocate for an outcome, I do not believe they will respond well to that. I just want to be as clear as I can be. I think what we have to do is use these funds and make the best decision we can to get what we think is the best outcome. That best outcome is going to not do some things that we want. But look, that's also what we do every day, right? With Smart Scale, we tell like 60 to 70% of people no. Said differently, that's a trade-off, right? We decided to use a way of prioritizing our funds to say, yes, we want to do something because we think it is of greater utility than something else. We are lucky, Dr. Smoot, to be a maintenance-first state. I've talked to some of my peers in other states. So there was Patrick McKenna in Missouri. They were facing something like this, and they don't have the flexibility to administratively transfer from construction to maintenance. And so what they basically had is they went to the Assembly and they said, we need more money for maintenance. And to your point, they said, well, we don't cut ribbons on maintenance. And he said it was extremely difficult to get additional funding for maintenance, even when he was explaining to them that, like, hey, this is going to cost more and the system is falling apart. So in a way, we're very lucky to have that provision. I think it was inserted in the budget in 2004, and it is there still, and hopefully it will stay there for time immemorial. Because it's, when I talk to my peers who have to deal with this issue, it is much harder for many of them to be able to adjudicate it. On the trust fund issue, that really cuts both ways. So if you talk to general fund agencies, what they go through every year is they may have again, I'm bad with math at times, so let's say 100. They got $100 last year. They have no clue if they're going to get 95, 100, or 120 the next year, because it is all up for debate every single year. And so they have a level of uncertainty that we are kind of able to escape. The other side of that sword is we know exactly what we're going to have, and we're probably not going to have more than that moving forward, right? And so, we have at times what is unfortunate certainty, but I will say, given most of the things we do are multi-year in nature, I would take that unforgiving certainty over potentially upsides here and there that come from the way the general fund agencies have to live. There have been a decent amount of general fund dollars put into transportation over the last 4 years, but I think that was also representative of the budget situation that the Commonwealth was in, where we were having multi-billion-dollar surpluses, and there was a lack of agreement on how to adjudicate tax policy, which meant we had one-time capital money. And so when they had one-time capital money, turns out people like transportation. And so we kind of got a healthy amount there for a clip. I don't think we should bank on or assume that is going to continue. Some economists are predicting potential slowdowns in the coming years there, and that's something the money committees and others are certainly going to take into account as they kind of craft those budgets. So I don't think we should assume there's any general fund coming for transportation. Again, if it does, we will welcome it with open arms. I want to be very clear, so anyone who might be listening, we are very thankful for every additional dollar that is provided, but we're going to be in that trust fund. And again, it is unforgiving certainty, but I think that certainty is better than being subjected to the kind of roller coaster ride of the general fund. So I think the most important thing for us to do is to have a cool, calm decision-making process about how to use the resources that we have available. And again, it's not going to be fun along the way, but they also delegated this authority to us. They did it for a reason, and that means they expect us to exercise that authority they've given us. It is important, though, that we are transparent about what the trade-offs are and what those implications will be kind of over time. I have no clue whether that will cause anyone to want us to look at things differently or not. We will find out in due course how people feel about how we've exercised the authority we have. Mr. Minshew?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First, I concur with your comments. First of all, that that this board should not ever be lobbying the General Assembly. I understand there's some states where their version of the CTB actually lobby for budget increases. They testify in front of appropriation committees and such. That's not our model here in Virginia, and I agree with you that I don't think that would ever work. But basically, it sounds like, summing up, we have very broad allocation powers, but we have zero appropriation powers. So we tell the General Assembly, we're going to do the best we can using what limited gifts God gave us to protect the citizen of Virginia with the money you've given us. We're going to make business decisions. You can't have guns and butter. That's what we're going to do. Now, there will come a time when we do our budget. And I guess you as a secretary, when you meet with the chief of staff and you're working on budgets, you can say, the CTB has told us what they recommend to be done with this money. If you don't like it, there may be a need for more money. And I'm summing up, but we don't make recommendations on the budget. That goes through you, to the chief of staff, and the appropriation committees. And I think that model works. So I think the best we can do is basically make that allocation decision, and you can communicate that to the powers that be.
That is the path in front of us, right? And so this board has done this on many times in the future, or in the past. I'm sure we'll do it in the future as well. And sometimes people have been comfortable with those decisions. Other times they haven't been. So I could give you an example of when they were not. After the 2008 recession, the 6-year program shrunk by 30% because our revenues went down by that much. And then what we started to do was we reduced mowing. We, I think, shut down several area headquarters and residencies. And the thing that many people paid attention to, we closed half the rest areas. The feedback the board received on that particular thing was no, open the rest areas back up. And so again, they were directed to do that, I think, within 9 months of them being closed there, which again had a whole host of one-time costs that we don't need to get into, but that's my kind of point here is we will make decisions. We will find out over due course whether those who have delegated the authority to us are comfortable with the decisions that we've made. If they're not, they will give us some guidance and direction, and we'll see what form that may take. And if they are, they'll be silent on that matter. Ms. Radcliffe.
I'm going to repeat a couple things you said in a different way and make just one additional point. I would say, to the not receiving general fund money, I've listened to this for many years. I will say it is important to keep in mind that we do get a portion of the state sales and use tax, and that would otherwise be general fund money. So I always like to think about it as something that is sort of earmarked for us for that. I actually am very thankful that they're very clear on the maintenance priority. I think that actually is a message we should always keep in mind. That's clarity to me. It's stated and it's been there and it's been talked about a number of times. The only other thing I'll say is, more money has to be raised somehow, and this all is being done in the context of different people at different levels of government and different sides of the aisle suggesting things like suspending the gas tax. There's lots of reasons to think about the fact that maybe increasing it would be difficult, just in our current economic situation.
Any other questions before we move on? Mr. Stanton?
Yeah. One question, Steve. We set the targets. Is it your belief that the targets we set are good targets, bad targets, reasonable targets? I mean, the target we set that you're attempting to perform to, is it a good target?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Stant, my answer to you right now is yes, they are appropriate targets. They are sound targets. They are wise investments into the Commonwealth's transportation system. They are by no means gold-plated. I think they are reasonable. And we'll see in the bridge performance as well where we need to be. But for the two largest assets that we have, I think the board did a great job in identifying the appropriate targets. And you'll see in the primary and the secondary, we have them tiered. Some are higher, some are lower, based upon where we need to be, but that impacts more of the traveling public that use our facilities day to day. But yes, I think we're appropriate. We'll have some, as the Secretary said, in this discussion of this board just had, we'll have some tough decisions as we go forward. But I'll make a recommendation to the board, might not be the final recommendation that comes out.
And Mr. Stan, I just want to give you a somewhat inconvenient counterpoint. I don't disagree actually with what the commissioner said. what's the difference between 82 and 83% sufficient? Like, if we were actively using the state highway system, we would be hard pressed if you like dropped us down there. It's like, well, is this state highway system 82 or 83% sufficient? I'm the Secretary of Transportation. I don't know, right? Like, and so my point is, obviously, I agree with what the commissioner said, but there is space there, and there can be reasonable decisions that are also different than where we are now. But I agree fully with the point that the commissioner said. I just needed to kind of make that point as well, is that there, around the margins, people may not understand the difference, but and what I think VDOT's job then is to explain to us, if there is an impact that people may not notice, that will come back to us, or whether there is flexibility there and the impacts don't create some sort of snowball effect kind of long term.
All right. One item that I do want to, before I get off the interstate program on paving, is let's just assume we take our current performance level as it is today, and we strip out 100% of the 6-year improvement plan construction dollars. We go to zero. Even with that money, it's not assuming that it's going to go back in here, but we hold our targets where they are, we're going to see a drop in our pavement performance regardless. Why? Because we need a blended approach to how we do our business. We need construction and reconstruction activities to be able to bring up our pavements that may be in poor condition along those sections. And then we need a maintenance program and an operations program to maintain what we have. So this is really a balancing of the scale that we need to be mindful of, especially on the interstate program. Now, what I'll highlight is, you may say, hey, guy, Commissioner, you overperformed since 2019 from where you were. Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, because when we started in 2019 on the comprehensive review, we didn't include I-66 outside the Beltway that was just signed into contract. We didn't take that into consideration. That's 23 miles in each direction, or one direction. That's 46 miles. You multiply that by 3, that's the number, or 6, that's the number of lane miles that you have. We didn't take that into consideration. We have 30 miles under reconstruction right now along 64 between Richmond and Williamsburg. That was not even considered as an opportunity. So that is now reflective in our pavement numbers. 81 in 2019 was just getting off the ground. We didn't know where we were going to put our money. So there's a number of reasons why you see the sufficiency where it is. But what I'm trying to highlight on this slide is you can't do one without the other. So if we expect my term might not be the right term for today, but siphon off 100% of the construction money, we'll still have a problem with our maintenance, with our interstate pavement program, or at least what has been programmed in the 6-year plan over this next 20 years to be able to move that needle forward. All right, I've given you one highlight for interstate. I'm going to roll through the next several slides fairly quick because it's the exact same thing. Our primary network, this is what we can anticipate. Our actual performance is what the board has adopted. So we're meeting board performance targets today. We need to continue to maintain them. The red line, or the red line again is if we go back to the level of funding that we have at $600 million, this is how we were expected to perform. And if we go to the 774 that we're funding today with the one-time infusions, the green line is a representation of where we'll be over the next 20 years. A little bit different viewpoint for if we strip out the construction program on the primary system. A little bit different, a little less impactful, but it still has an impact to what we can anticipate on our paving or on our primary system. Secondary system, again, our actual funding at $600 million versus 774 versus what our investment needs to be over this period of time to be able to maintain our targets as the board set. A little bit of a different viewpoint from the construction program. The six-year improvement program is not as impactful simply because we don't have as many projects in the construction program on our secondary system. So Dr. Smoot, you had asked, or Mr. Stant, you had asked whether we would make some recommendations. At least from today's conversation and looking at the finances from a business sense, what is the least costly, back to the Commonwealth, and that is to be able to maintain our current performance on the interstate program and continue to meet our performance targets on the primary and the secondary system as they stand today. Now, there's a financial investment that's going to be needed that you can see here that we would be looking at over the $600 million that we have, another investment of $233 million. Now, if we're going to continue those one-time investments of $174 million, at least that offsets it. But in round terms, if the board does nothing, we're back to $600 million, and we would have a shortfall on an annual basis of $223 million. Again, let's put it in context of billions of dollars. $223 million of a shortfall is $250 million. We're investing $750 million. Now, what we did not do in 2019 is inflate that number. So let's take what we can anticipate that when we inflate these numbers over a 20-year time horizon, how the program needs to go strictly on pavements. Let's just assume that the growth in the program, we take the $833 million is our starting point. We grow that with the blue line, which is CPI. You can see, even with CPI and the National Highway Construction Cost Index, we will have $1 billion worth of investment in 6 years. $1 billion going to pavement annually for our greatest asset. But this is how the program is going to need to grow over a period of time to be able to maintain those targets. Okay. So let's look at rebaselining approach for what we did for our bridges and structures. And I promise I'll go a little bit faster since we've exposed you to the pavements. We've just done the same thing for our structures program. 50-year outlook rather than 20. We recognize bridges and structures have a longer useful life. Average condition rating greater than 5.6, minimum percentage of bridges not in poor condition, and we wanted to make sure that there were no posted bridges on our interstate system. In other words, nothing would interfere with interstate commerce. Optimal investment strategy in 2019 was $384 million for the bridges and an additional $56 million for inspection services statewide. We took a preservation-first approach. In other words, we were not racing to the bottom. We wanted to make sure that we were investing 75% of our bridge program into preservation activities. Those things, before they get to a poor condition or structurally deficient, that we would end up having to replace the entire structure. It's not very cost effective and does not spread our money in a useful manner. We need to recognize 25% needs to go to reconstruction activities. At some point in time, a bridge meets its useful life and needs to be replaced, period. So this was the investment strategy that we looked at in 2019. Our goals for the rebaseline in 2026 are just identical to what we did with pavements. Are the performance metrics appropriate? How did we do in comparison versus plan and actual? This gives you an idea of the assets by system. I just want to highlight the special structures. Those are 25 structures across the Commonwealth that we'll be speaking about in September are not included in this because there's a special fund for those items. Toll roads and other structures are not included. We ran 3 scenarios. One is the current funding level in 2016 dollars. The current funding level plus what we have experienced through the IIJA. Back in 2021, we had an uplift from the federal reauthorization bill, which provided about $115 more million into the federal aid bridge program. So this assumes that we take our current funding, and it assumes that reauthorization will continue that level of funding that we're seeing today. Now, that's an assumption. We have the federal bill going through right now. We'll see where that falls out. We're hopeful that it is included in the next federal bill, but there is no guarantee. And then finally, the third scenario is, what's it going to take to meet the performance targets across 3 systems that we have today? As I said before, cost of goods and services continue to go up. I touched base on back, I believe in April, that we have new federal bridge safety inspection standards that have been adopted. We can see probably an increase in cost associated with that, but I'd also dare to say that we may see our bridge performance drop from what we're showing. We're still early in on what this means and what those standards are going to produce for us. Doesn't mean that it's just, they may be a little bit more critical of our sections that may show that our bridges are in worse condition, but in theory, if they aren't. But it just may highlight that they are. So we need to be mindful. We may have some need for correlation as to what we've been showing and where we see ourselves in the future with it. Average age continues to increase. We continue to add assets to it. New bridge formula, we had $578 million over the 6-year period. We're hopeful that that will continue as a base, but there are no guarantees. So let me just highlight a couple items from the previous study. We know that the state of good repair was fully implemented in 2021. We experienced bridge formula that gave us an uplift. That bridge formula needs to be identified that federal dollar does not go to every one of the structures in our system. We have systems or bridges or structures on our secondary system and some of our primaries that are just simply not eligible to accept a federal dollar. So it means we need to balance how we use our federal dollars on the federal aid system and the state money appropriately. Second bullet just is, again, inflation. And then want to highlight the fact that we have not kept pace with where we thought we should be over the course of the last 6 years on funding. IIJA has helped out considerably, but as you can see from the orange line, I won't go back through this line, but this dash, the dotted dash line, is where we would see if we inflated those 2019 dollars to the National Construction Cost Index. The orange line is our actual investments buoyed up by the IIJA. And what you can see is the separation between the orange and the dash dotted line would suggest the area of the curve is where we're falling behind. I won't beat this horse anymore on the unit cost increases, but you can see that we've had nominal increases in some of our more significant bridge products. 150% reinforcement steel at 100%. It might not seem like a lot, but we use a lot of that steel within our bridges. Latex overlays are important as well. Number of bridges built by decade, and this is going to be very important. The upper left-hand corner or quadrant really identifies what our bridge count is by decade, but also recognizing of what we were designing for with a service life of 50 years versus 75 years. So in 2007, we started implementing better techniques, better materials, and better everything to be able to extend the useful life of our structures by another 25 years. But we need to be cognizant of the things that were built in the 50s and 60s that had a 50-year useful life. And if we take a look at the interstate era, things that were built in 1960 have met their service life in 2010. So everything in our system continues to age. I will also say that as you look at this slide, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, we do have some structures that were built in the 1800s that are still in service today. One of which, and I'll just show you for proof that's still operational, does carry 260 vehicles a day on it. The chief engineer, if he's still behind me, is probably happy to hear about Botetourt County being here. But this is still in service today and being maintained. It is part of our inventory. 1887, still operational. But I said there are three scenarios that we ran. Keep the current funding level that we have, current funding level plus IIJA, assuming that's going to come through, and then how do we meet our targets?
Well, Commissioner, go back there really quick. So members of the board, when we're talking about the IIJA, that's federal transportation reauthorization, that expires basically at the end of the current federal fiscal year. There are ongoing debates in Congress about whether to continue this particular program. The House has released a bill that does continue this program. The Senate has not yet released their proposal. And so when you look at this, at some point in the fall, I hope, we'll know whether or not the Senate believes this program is worth continuing or not, right? We can cut both ways. I want to be really clear there. And so that 115 between the 415 could either be something that will be coming on a continual basis from the feds, or it could be that it's not, and that means we're starting from the red number, not the green number. We just don't know yet what that will be. I hope we'll know by the September or October meetings, but I want to be really clear, we also may not. I think we've all read how predictable Congress is and how they always act on the exact timely basis. And so, I think the transportation reauthorization has been late every single time since 1991. So it will not be on time, but hopefully we will at least see drafts and understand the bookends of what we are working with. Today, we only have one of those, and so we just have a little bit of uncertainty.
Mr. Secretary, Board, this next slide just highlights what if we combine all of our interstate primary and secondary structures are and what our performance would look like based upon the three investment strategies that we have today. I'm going to go through each one of them to give a little bit more granularity. I think the major part of this is that we look into 2058, we see the blue box that says 90% of our structures are beyond their service life. By 2071, the average age for all of our structures is 100 years old. We have an aging inventory. So a little bit of what we can anticipate, and this is for all systems. I can give you the charts and the graphs that support the interstate primary and secondary individually. I think it's just this reinforces as this system ages, you can see on the top row that our general condition rating starts shifting from the green more into the yellow and orange. So this is just the compounding effect of what we can anticipate as we have an aging inventory. So what can we expect from the interstate program? And we've got two pictures here. The current funding level at $159 million versus what our investment would look like under the IIJA continuing that level of investment today. You can see that we start slipping in roughly 2055, 2056 time period, that if we maintain our current funding, it's in the outer years that we would have the concern. The CTB investment or the investment that we're making plus IIJA continues to maintain our interstate performance above our anticipated performance levels that the board adopted. This is a very similar viewpoint of the primary system. Same thing, that we start degrading below our performance thresholds in 2055 if we continue to maintain what we have. Remember, the decisions that we make today are going to be meaningful and impactful in the future. So just because this looks acceptable, we're making decisions that are going to have long-lasting impacts to our structure program. And then finally, The most impactful to our program is on the secondary system, where we have the vast majority of our structures, 13,000 structures out there to meet. You can see that, and I'll highlight again, federal dollars are typically not available for use on the secondary system. So this is a concern that we're going to have to grapple with, that as we move forward, where do we see the performance and what are we going to do to be able to address long-term performance? Mr. Payne, what you've highlighted is the secondary systems connect communities, residential areas, and we have a number of structures that, if they are posted, can't get a school bus across, can't get a fire truck across, an apparatus, that if there are in some cases one way into a neighborhood and one way out. When we can't do this, this affects life and safety initiatives. So structural integrity of our secondary systems are going to be very important.
No one lives on an interstate.
No. So just as we did for the pavement, we identified if we were to move forward with the meeting the current CTB targets, what that would look like. These are the three scenarios that we ran. Obviously, I would be foolish if I was not standing before you to suggest that our proposed targets would be meeting the proposed or the targets that the Commonwealth Transportation Board has adopted.
Just Commissioner here, so the orange number this fall could stay at 224, or it could drop to, I'm at the risk of doing math, 109, right? Again, depending again on what we see coming out of Congress in terms of those reauthorization proposals.
Correct.
So I just want to again stress that is an unknown here. So there's a little bit more movement on the bridge side in these figures than there is on the pavement side.
And you're right, with scenario 2, we're highlighting a $115 million delta. That delta is simply the difference between scenario 1 and 2, but if it's made up, it's made up by the federal bill. So those numbers would all come down by 115 million. Similar slide, but now over 50 years, what's the impact of inflation over this period of time? You can see again, by 2043, we're back at $1 billion of investment that we're making. We need to be at 639 today. We're about a little over 500 million. We'll be at $1 billion. This is just the simple truth of where our program is going to go, inflationary effects.
And again, that was over a 50-year horizon versus a 20-year, which is why we've grown so much more in those outer years.
That's correct.
I personally had a little double take when I was going to, so I wanted to say that out loud. Mr. Minshew.
Mr. Secretary, I remember, Mr. Commissioner, reading a report from the American Society of Civil Engineers that was talking about the Eisenhower interstate system bridges built in the 50s. I kind of like using that term because it reminds me, that was 75 years ago. And so the whole bunch of bridges were built in our nation for the interstate system in the 50s. And I'm wondering, do we have a phenomenon on our interstate bridges where there's a bubble of bridges that either are at their functional end of life, or have we been doing enough work where we're not going to have a whole bunch of bridges failing in one certain period of years because we've been doing preventive stuff, and they'll still fail, obviously, with weather and so forth, but do we have one of those bubble phenomenons happening because of all the bridges built as part of the Eisenhower system in the 50s?
So, Mr. Minshew, two things. You said something about bridge failing. We will close a bridge before it fails and make sure that our bridges are safe.
I used the wrong verb.
Nope, I want to reiterate to everyone listening, we will err on the side of caution and keep a structure. I will close a structure out of pure necessity and safety before we let anything fail.
We'll never have anything, Virginia, like what happened in Minneapolis.
I will never use the word never, but I'm going to knock on wood and say we're going to do everything in our power not to have something like that happen.
Now I have to say it. So any bridge that is open to the public is one that the department believes is safe for use for the vehicles that are allowed to use it, even if that bridge is rated in poor condition. The commissioner's point is if we ever believe there's an issue from any of the inspections that we see, and again, we do more frequent inspection of bridges when they become rated in poor condition, we will take action to post it, close it, or otherwise to ensure the safety. To his point, we cannot predict the future. We No one would have guessed COVID was going to happen. What we are saying is we will close every bridge that we're there, but we cannot make 100% promise about things there. But if a bridge is open, it is safe to drive on. If we believe a bridge is not safe, we will close it.
Right.
No questions.
So, Mr. Minshew, to your second point, is there a bubble with regard to what our investment needs to be? And I would highlight, this graph is meant to show you exactly that, the things that were built in the 50s and 60s and 70s are reaching their end of service life. This is one of the reasons why we've changed our investment strategy from a reconstruction activity to one that is preservation, to be able to level that out a little bit so that we don't have all the needs occurring all at the same time.
See those 1,200 bridges built in the 1960s. That's kind of the bubble I was, or 1195, I guess, in the 1960s.
You can certainly look at the secondary roads as well. We've got a lot of needs that have come along. I will highlight that as we go through this, that this slide, we are doing reconstruction activities. You can see as we go out in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, that you do have some younger bridges in here. That's because we have part of that preservation approach. We still have monies going into reconstruction activities that are rebuilding bridges during those decades.
Secretary?
Mr. Stanton?
Commissioner, do these bridge numbers include tunnels, or is that a separate special structure?
That is separate. They do not include special structures, which constitutes our tunnel facilities. Those are maintained, and we'll be coming back. We'll show you in September.
That is a maintenance number that's going to be significantly higher once the warranty period on HRBT runs out, I assume.
Mr. Stant, as we know that what we've already forecasted within the maintenance program, one of the reasons why we did the infusions is that when that tunnel comes online, as we hire the individuals, it's $34 million a year to bring those two tunnels online regardless of any maintenance activities. That's the operational cost day one. That's the operational.
Exclusive of maintenance.
That's exclusive of maintenance.
Wow.
That's the operational cost day one. All right, I've got one or two more slides. I think you've taken already the conclusion that the growth in the maintenance and operations program is not keeping pace with the actual costs that we're experiencing. As the Secretary has indicated, the board is going to have to take a look at trade-offs related to the system condition and the funding that's available. But I will say that the one-time infusions, if you do decide to do that, or increases to the base, at least where we are today, I think you've come to that conclusion already, that it will impact the six-year improvement program. Let me talk about next steps. We took a hiatus in May. You'll recall that we were going to bring forward the routine maintenance activities and hopefully set targets in September. We're still in a data collection review stage that's going to take a little bit longer to be vetted internally. I can guarantee you that you're going to see similar sets of slides with some red numbers that are going to show deficits as we move forward. I need to vet that with the Secretary well in advance of the October meeting. So it's going to take a little bit of time to be able to set that, but we will be back in front of this board to be able to talk about what we're doing with special structures in September, and hopefully have a wrap-up of a compendium of all the documents that we've been presenting on the maintenance and operations program in the December timeframe. Mr. Secretary, that concludes my brief to the board.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team have put into this. These are certainly sobering numbers, as I think we've all kind of commented on. So board, we've talked about, here are some of the things you'll see. We're not going to wait till December to start to talk to you about the trade-offs, though, so we're going to start showing you how some of those could work. Again, those are bookends. There's a million places in between there. So, for example, baked into every scenario the Commissioner showed is a certain level of investment by system. There's also variability there, right? And so there's trade-offs kind of throughout this. So there's both trade-offs in terms of condition performance and construction. There's also trade-offs between the systems that can be considered. And so there's a variety of things that we'll be bringing back to you to kind of get your directional feedback and input on as we build towards this December action. So I appreciate everyone kind of taking the time as the commissioner walked through this today. This is extremely important. Again, I wish the numbers were different. They are what they are. And so we're gonna have to keep working on this and, bringing these back before you guys and getting your feedback. So as you think about this in the, coming weeks, you don't have to wait until September. If there's something you think you might want more information on at a future meeting, please reach out to myself or others in my office, and we'll make sure that we bring that information back again for consideration. But are there any other questions for the commissioner before we move into the director's update? Mr. Minshew.
Really more of a question for you, Mr. Secretary. Does the December 9, 2026 CTB approval work for your leadership of the department when you submit the annual budget to the governor? In other words, that's not too late for you to do what you have to do every December?
The schedule is workable, is what I would say. Are there other questions or comments? Oh, Director Zimmerman.
You're wondering, why am I commenting on this? It was a very sobering presentation, but to me, as a DRPT director, I think I was also noting the importance of our freight rail network system, and Ms. Dunlop's question about the semi-trucks, noting our most recent analysis of our freight program here in Virginia, diverting 11 million trucks annually, saving us about $85 million in pavement conditions from that diverted traffic, and noting in December, I think we're also planning to come to you all with the update on the statewide rail plan. So as we think about the system, these needs are critical that the commissioner has talked about in that conversation, but I've been reminded as we've been talking through this how critical it is that our freight rail system also is seen as a partner in helping to divert more truck traffic. So.
That's very fair, Director Zimmerman. Other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Commissioner. And members of the board, I misled you. We're actually not going to the director's update yet. We have one more presentation from Ms. Ray on performance measures. Ms. Ray, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Thank you. This is another exciting presentation about performance measures and some of the performance federal requirements that we have, following on very closely with a lot of what the commissioner just spoke about. So we will talk a little bit more specifically about that. So we're going to provide you an overview of just kind of what our performance management program is and the measures and targets we deal with. Some of the federal requirements, performance summary information. We report things out in performance periods, so we'll have some performance data, and then proposed targets for the next performance period, with board action anticipated in September on those new proposed targets. So just a quick overview of the performance management, what our requirements and the background are on the federal side, what measures, performance areas we have to focus on, and then some of our next steps. So this was, the federal requirements were started back in 2017. 2018 is when the board first started taking action on performance targets for safety, the bridges and pavements infrastructure condition, as well as system performance, which gets into reliability, congestion, and emission reduction. In safety, the board adopted the targets just last month. That's done on an annual basis. The other measures are done on a 4-year cycle. You all last adopted targets in 2022 for the infrastructure condition and system performance measures. We also have requirements to report this information back to FHWA. And just that quick reminder that it's state code that says that the board will adopt targets related to both federal measures and anything else that we might do for VTrans, or as the commissioner just presented, targets for that. So just a quick graphic of how this works within the 4-year performance period. So we're just wrapping up the performance period of 2022 to 2025. And we're required to submit a full performance report on how we did over that last 4 years. And then we're now kicking off the next cycle, the next 4-year period, 2026 to 2029. We'll kick it off with a baseline report. The targets that we anticipate adopting would be fed into that report. There is a mid-performance report period, so biennial cycle, and then the final report at the end of the 4-year performance period. And then we repeat again. So just a quick graphic of how this all plays out. Within the baseline report, baseline conditions would be established from 2025 data, and then targets and how we anticipate meeting those targets over the next 4 years. The mid-performance report is just a look back at how are you doing, and if you're not doing well, you have an opportunity to adjust your targets. And then the final one is obviously how did we do over that 4-year performance period. At the same time, FHWA required, like, hey, we're going to require these things. Let's take a look and see how the states are doing. So they do a determination of significant progress every 2 years, looking at our 2- and 4-year targets. Significant progress is based on whether we actually met the target or if we even exceeded our baseline conditions. If we don't make significant progress, we have to document how we're going to achieve the targets moving forward, or depending on the measure, there may be additional reporting and or funding impacts. Right now, we don't have any risk of any funding impacts, so I won't speak unless people have questions. It's not really an issue for us. But we have had in the past to do some additional reporting. So I'll go through each of the key performance areas here, focusing first on infrastructure condition. You just heard a lot from the Commissioner about our pavements and bridge network and the system that VDOT is responsible for. The federal targets, when we're setting those targets, we're really basing it off of the work that we're looking at from the statewide perspective and looking at a subset of that for the federal measures. So the federal measures are, our little graphic here of the federal measures are focused on the national highway system. That's only about 12% for pavements and 18% for bridges that are on the national highway system relative to the network that the Commissioner highlighted. So when we set those federal targets, we're being pretty conservative because that's not what's driving our investment decisions. It's the strategies that you all were just presented with. So we want to optimize our spending and planning from a statewide perspective, and then just reporting out on where we think we want to be with the federal measures. Again, you're looking at it from a conservative approach. So with pavements and bridges, the Commissioner referenced a few different measures, and on the next slide I'll kind of highlight some key differences. But we're looking at bridges in poor and good condition. Pavements, we're looking at poor and good condition from the interstate and the non-interstate and national highway system. On the bridge side, kind of interestingly, we have to include in our performance evaluation and our target setting bridges that are owned by others. So that might be federal, private, or border bridges. So all those bridges coming into Virginia from Maryland, they're owned by Maryland. We have to consider those in our target setting and in our performance evaluations. So the Commissioner's been giving you an update on the rebaselining of our 2019 comprehensive review, but the key measures here is the same. So we have the state measures that just referenced for bridges. We have our general condition rating, and then the percent non-poor or sufficient. And then from the federal measures, just looking at the good and poor condition. Similarly, for pavements, for the state, we're looking at the critical condition index and a percent sufficient. On the federal side, we're looking at the percent good and the percent poor on the national highway system. So give a little context about this table, because this table, the context will apply to the future slides. So in the first column, we identify what the measure is, and then the next two columns, those are the targets that the board adopted in 2022 for that 2022 to 2025 performance period. Then you can see 2021 would be the baseline from for that performance period. And then we can see our annual performance through that time period. The 2023 and 2025 are color-coded. Green means that we met the target or exceeding the target. Red would mean that we failed to meet the target. And then the yellow shaded cells on the far right are what we're proposing for the targets that we would bring back to you in September. So in this case, for our bridge performance, we can see that we have met or exceeded the anticipated targets. Again, we're pretty conservative with our target setting relative to this being a subset of everything else. We do include the middle road, while that's not a federal requirement, just gives us the math that it sums to 100%. So now we can look at pavement, and, sorry, this was a duplicate. Am I going backwards? That's what the problem is. Sorry about that. On our interstate for pavements, we can see again that we've got some conservative targets, but that our performance has done quite well, and we've met the targets and made significant progress. For the non-interstate NHS, again, we've got fairly steady performance over the 4-year performance cycle, but again, conservative targets that we would recommend to continue moving forward. Shifting to the reliability and system performance measures. So first of all, on reliability, we look at the person miles that are traveled, that are reliable for the interstate and the non-interstate NHS. And we spoke a little bit about Dr. Schul spoke a little bit about reliability in the VTrans presentation, but with reliability, we're looking at the consistency or the predictability of our travel times. And so we want to make sure that we're setting some and understanding what's happening on the network. We are required, in this case, to use a federal data set called the National Performance Management Research Data Set, the NPMRDS. Backing up to the measures, though, the Truck Travel Time Reliability Index is on the interstate only, and that is really much focused on truck travel times that comes in that data set, and just-in-time delivery. Those sorts of things become very important, and we want to understand how we can improve truck travel times. So now we can look at the individual measures here and how we've performed over the 4-year performance period. So we can see on the first row for the PMT traveled on the interstate that we did not meet the target. And I'll speak a little bit more on that in the next slide about that, because obviously it's really important for us to dig in and understand why we might not have met a target. And so, but with both our non-interstate reliability measure and our truck travel time interstate reliability measures, we've done fine and met our targets. So what we identified in the NPMRDS data set is that, especially this last year, the 2025 data, excluded our express lanes 100%. Obviously, those would be some of our most reliable segments in the state. So obviously very concerning. This was a data issue that we'd identified several years ago, worked with FHWA and the data provider to try to get improved data. They said that they'd work on it. Long story short is we didn't see a lot of progress on that. So we can see here on the right where we just talk about that if we, our target is at 85%, using the FHWA data, we don't meet it at 83.64. But we can recalculate it with the express lane miles included, and we do achieve the performance. So we do recommend a conservative approach in setting our targets. An update to this, though, that I think is really important is we did reach out to FHWA again, sent them this chart along with some other data, and they have been very responsive, and they have agreed that there was an error, and they've provided us a new data set, and right now we're evaluating that data set, and we'll be able to recalculate this, and my assumption is that we will now make significant progress for our interstate reliability measure. So that was a really positive outcome. They were very proactive, which was really great. But with that said, we still would recommend a conservative approach to setting the targets for 27 and 29, just given that historical inaccuracy. So again, we recommend something that's fairly conservative, and that was on the prior slide here, where the reliability measures are excluding the express lanes. So all the mileage for the express lanes are excluded in this target recommendation. So now moving to traffic congestion and air quality measures. This is only applicable in the capital region. And so it applies to, well, the measures are the peak hour excessive delay. You heard a little bit about some of that in Dr. Schul's presentation. We also look at the percent of non-single occupancy vehicle travel, and then some emissions reductions. Several of these are set regionally. So our targets for the peak hour excessive delay and the mode share have to be identical with all the adjacent DOTs, Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, as well as the adjoining MPOs. So that would be the National Capital Region, Fredericksburg, and Baltimore. So those have to be the same.
Ms. Ray, are you highlighting for us that these are targets that while we will see them, if we want to change them, that would set up an extended discussion with a variety of our peers in and outside of the state?
On this area, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, TPB has recently adopted the targets because they're using these in some of the performance reports they have to provide to us. They then get submitted with our federal reports. So like they do a CMAQ congestion plan that they wanted to include all of their upcoming targets as opposed to the old targets.
Is it fair to say that the Transportation Planning Board, which is the MPO for the DC region, is, no pun intended, in the driver's seat for these particular set of measures?
They are. It was agreed to, it's a very collaborative effort, and it was agreed to a few years ago because they're kind of that central entity that they would help coordinate and organize the target setting, so that they have been reaching out to each of the DOTs and MPOs as we've moved through getting to the numbers that are presented on the following slides. Just a high level then, as far as how are we setting these between this collaborative approach, is really looking at the regional model, travel demand model that they use in Northern Virginia, and applying some adjustment factors due to COVID. For the non-SOV, that really comes from the American Community Survey data, and then just some rate adjustments because of COVID. We just, obviously, that kind of disruption in our data set really made some differences. For the emissions reduction for the CMAQ portion of this, we have all of our newly funded CMAQ projects in Virginia. It goes into an EPA data system that calculates the benefits from that. And so it's, our portion of that then gets combined with all of the others for TPB to report their target. Our target is based only on the Virginia portion of that for this measure. So here are the proposed targets. As noted, TPB has adopted them. The MPOs have 180 days after the state adopts its targets for them to also adopt targets and to either set new targets on their own or to agree to program projects to help support our targets, the state targets. So there is still opportunity to go back to TPB if we feel like these numbers need to be adjusted. They were being very proactive. Respectfully, very proactive, so. But anyway, so these are just the last two numbers there with the VOCs and the nitrogen oxides. Those measures are cumulative. So 2021 is a baseline number that would have been the portion from 2018 to 2021. Then 2022 is that year's number. Then 2023 would be a combination or the sum of 2022 and 2023 performance data, et cetera. So that's a cumulative value. So the proposed targets over there for the first two are set somewhat conservatively, but the last two are really based on the actual projects that are programmed. Right. So that's it on how we've been performing and the proposed targets. So our next steps would be adoption of the targets in September. If we don't have any more discussion around these things, I certainly can bring back any adjustments that might come out of a reevaluation of the federal data for the reliability measure. But we also have to submit these performance reports for the final performance period from 22 to 25, and then develop the new report for the new baseline period of 26 to 29 that will include the 2- and 4-year targets. With that, I'll take any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Gribbin?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Can we go back a slide to the targets? The one that just caught my eye was the percentage of non-SOV travel. So that's Commonwealth-wide?
No, this is only in the National Capital Region.
Just the National Capital Region. Okay, all right.
And this is also for the entire region, correct? So this is
Correct.
not Northern Virginia only. This is the District of Columbia,
Correct. Got it,
Montgomery County, Fairfax, Arlington. So this is a urbanized area statistic, if you will, just for the DC region.
And do we have this metric for the Virginia as part of the performance reports? Or this
It's
is
not as
just-
far as part of the performance report. It can be developed.
Okay, all right.
I believe it was in the biennial performance report, maybe.
I'll double check that.
Okay, I'd just be curious with that. Obviously, that's really high.
And to be
for-
clear, a
for the
Virginia-specific number
Yes.
will be lower.
Yes.
And a Northern Virginia-specific number for just this region will be lower.
Right.
Yes.
And that number makes sense for
Yes.
concluding the
The
district. So
district
thank
is
you.
driving that number up a fair amount. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Ray? Okay, folks, we had posted that public comment was going to start at 11, so what I'm going to do is quickly suspend the workshop meeting, just so those who have traveled here to speak don't have to sit as we go through the various reports. We will then suspend the action meeting again, do the remaining reports, and then move into the action agenda. One quick thing. Thank you. Okay, so I'm suspending the workshop meeting. I am calling to order, back to order, excuse me, today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The first agenda item that we have is public comment. On my sign-up sheet, I have Jonathan Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Belcher. I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Coalfields Expressway Authority. I'm also the Executive Director of the Virginia Coalfield Economic Development Authority, so I'm with the Regional Economic Development Group that serves the area as well. And I really just wanted to provide a quick update to the board on the Coalfields Expressway project, which is obviously a very important major project here in the Bristol District. Before I do that, I have a little informational card about the expressway, and if it'd be okay if I could just pass these around to the board, would that be okay?
Yeah, if you just give them there to Mr. Morrison, he can, we'll just pass them around.
Anyway, as I'm sure you all know, the Coalfields Expressway is a limited access highway proposed in the Coalfield region of Virginia here. It goes through the counties of Buchanan, Dickinson, and Wise County. The length of the expressway, when fully built, will be 49 miles. There's also a section of the Coalfields Expressway in West Virginia, and its distance is about 50 miles. So altogether, the Coalfields Expressway, which is a federally designated highway, is US 121, is close to 100 miles total. And so the status of it in Virginia, there are 7 miles that have been built and are open in Virginia, all in Buchanan County. And that really is because those 7 miles overlay with Corridor Q, which is US 460, as I'm sure you all know. There's another 2 miles of that will open next year, also part of US 460. And when those 7 miles, those 2 miles are open, then Corridor Q will be open all the way from Grundy, Virginia, and Buchanan County to Pikeville, Kentucky. Now, what we've been able to do through the Virginia Coalfields Expressway Authority, which was formed by the General Assembly a few years ago, and they designated, as I mentioned, the Virginia Coalfield Economic Development Authority as the staff for that, is raise funding to make that road a 4-lane. So it was already being built, but we have been able to raise funding, largely federal funding, to make that road a 4-lane because that really is what is needed for the economic future of that region. The counties that we're talking about, Buchanan, Dickinson, and Wise County, rank among the poorest, most economically distressed counties in Virginia. So really the expressway is as much an economic development project as it is a transportation project, but it certainly has importance in both fields. And Linda, I know you're an economic developer as well, so you understand the need for that. So if you look at like where manufacturing companies tend to locate, if you look at a VDP map of where they're located at in Southwest Virginia, they're mostly concentrated along I-81, which shows the importance of transportation to attracting industry to the area. So really, if we're going to make meaningful economic development progress in Buchanan, Dickinson, and Wise County, and really particularly in Dickinson County, which is the only county, to my knowledge, in the Commonwealth that does not have any 4-lane highway, the Coalfields Expressway is a very, very important project. The other thing I wanted to mention is, even though it's called Coalfields Expressway, that's really a geographical reference. The regions, the 7 counties have been historically called Coalfield region, but it really has nothing to do with coal. As Tom Folks and I know, there are very few coal trucks still on the highways of Southwest Virginia, unfortunately. It's really about what the future of the region is going to be after coal, which we're already really into that time period. And so having a limited access highway, a 4-lane highway through that whole 49-mile corridor will make a tremendous difference in being able to attract industry and economic development of the area. I should add, there's another 7 miles off Corridor Q that are US 460 that connect with the expressway. And that's actually the part that comes from Pikeville, Kentucky to Grundy, Virginia. That is equally important because it connects Virginia with Kentucky, and that's already having a big difference there. So that's important as well. And that's all now fully funded and will be built, as a 4-lane highway. So really, again, just wanted to provide a quick update on that. There are projects finishing up on Corridor Q. We at the Commonwealth Expressway Authority continue to try to raise funding for the rest of it. It's not an inexpensive project, but I think that's a role that we can help play at the Commonwealth Expressway Authority in helping to raise funding for that, which then VDOT obviously builds the highway. VDOT's been great to work with. I can't say enough about the Bristol District. Senator Pillion in particular, all of our state legislators have been very helpful in raising funding for the highway. Federal legislators, Senator Warner, Senator Kane, Congressman Griffith, they've all been very instrumental in that. Just saw Senator Warner the other day, and he said he would like to see the Commonwealth Expressway built in his lifetime, so we can't get much better commitment than that. So that's just a quick update, and if any of y'all have any questions about the expressway project, I'd be happy to answer that. But otherwise, thank you for your time and support of this important project.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was the only individual I had signed up to speak, but I wanted to open up to other members of the audience who may have traveled to provide comment to the board today. Please just introduce yourself at the beginning.
Yes, good morning. Tom Hartman with the City of Harrisonburg. I'm with the Public Works Department. There's some action items on your agenda that affect the City of Harrisonburg, so I'm here today to thank you for your support of those action items, and if there's any questions when you get to those, I'll be here to help answer any questions you would have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hartman. Members of the board, what I'm going to propose is, because we've been going for a few hours, is I'm going to suspend the meeting. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. We'll reconvene, hit, I think, a pretty short set of directors' updates, and then go through the action meeting. And I would also say if there are any members who have questions for Mr. Hartman, you can utilize this break to see if you have those before we kind of get to those items as well. Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I didn't see you coming. Please come up and introduce yourself.
I'm just here to thank you for your support. I'm with District 3 Governmental Cooperative. My name's Molly Gale, and I am the Director of Transportation for Mountain Links Transit. We operate in Southwest Virginia. We cover about 2,800 square miles of area and do about 190,000 trips a year. And we operate 72 routes approximately, maybe do 700 trips a day for the public. So I just wanted to thank you for your support and appreciate you.
Thank you. So again, with that, I'm going to suspend the action meeting. We will take a 10-minute break, and we will finish the workshop and then go through the action agenda. Thank you all. 11:30. I'd ask that we all start meandering back to the table. All right, folks, it's a little after 11:30, so I'm going to call back to order the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. We are on the director's update. Director Zimmerman.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I will try to go through this quickly. Per usual, I won't go through every slide, but wanted folks to have all of our updated information. I did want to first note, for the first time since February 2020, we have the highest monthly ridership for transit across the state. 153.5 million trips were taken in the period between April 25, April 26. So April 26 was really a banger month. I want to give a lot of credit to WMATA, which actually saw some of its highest ridership that it's had in many, many years in April, and that's continued to go steady. Also just wanted to publicly thank all of the transit agencies and our partners at Amtrak and VRE as well for this past month. There's been a lot of heavy ridership over this summer with the America 250 events, with a lot of things going on across the Commonwealth. Juneteenth in Hampton Roads, I have a note here, they saw record ridership, 51,000 rides on Juneteenth. That is a lot of rides for that relatively modest-sized transit system, and also 33,000 ferry trips that they took. So really has been a busy month for our transit partners. Lots of exciting progress happening around the state. Even here in the Bristol area, a trolley feasibility study that's been kicked off by the MPO and is getting underway. So the other thing I wanted to give a shout out and notice for folks about, I know there's always a lot of interest in the Corridor ID program. This is a Federal Railroad Administration program. Virginia has 4 different rail corridors that we've been looking at through that Corridor ID program, and we were approved this month by the FRA to complete Step 1 for the Commonwealth Corridor and the Bristol to DC corridor. What is Step 1? It's really the very preliminary step of kind of looking to see what our scale and scope of a corridor study would look like. Being approved to move into Step 2 comes with a little bit more funding from the Federal Railroad Administration, so we will be working with them over the next several months to work out the details on getting those funds obligated. We hope to be able to move into Step 2 this winter in December or January. Ideally, hopefully, fingers crossed. The Step 2 will really be looking more at an alternatives analysis, doing some very high-level environmental analysis. A lot of public outreach will be happening as part of that, so kind of getting us further into the feasibility study for both of those corridors. So we're excited about that. The other thing I wanted to just note, we're continuing to see good, steady progress with the significant passenger rail projects that are going underway across the Commonwealth. Since we are here in the Bristol area, I also wanted to note the New River Valley passenger rail project. Again, that is to extend passenger rail for the first time since 1979 down to Christiansburg. And so we're working very closely with CSX to build out a passenger rail platform there at their facility down in the New River Valley. And that is on schedule to be opening up for service late next year in 2027. So we'll continue to keep you posted on that. Also wanted to share with CTB that we did get 2 federal build grants from US DOT, specifically on our side. I know there were also some for some highway projects as well that are being funded, but one of those is for the LaFont station that VRE is doing construction under. You may recall that was also in our SIP that we approved just recently. So we are working with VRE to see if they still need our state funding. As part of that, we will come back to CTB to let you know of any changes or adjustments. And then the Richmond Layover Facility project is a really critical project for the broader transforming rail in Virginia. And then also wanted to flag, Mr. Hutchinson mentioned some of the changes regarding WMATA, but we wanted to really clearly spell those out for the CTB. We will be coming before you in September to make a presentation for the certification, the annual certification of WMATA, but the budget did put some additional requirements in the biennial budget. You can see those noted here, additional report on the annual 20-year capital plan, financial plan for major projects, performance report, and efficiency report. I won't go forward to read each of those because folks have it in their packets, but just wanted to note there are some additional requirements. We will be sharing those with you. The CTB does vote to certify WMATA's compliance with these requirements every fall. So as noted, we'll be coming to talk with you about those in September for your vote, I believe, in October. And then I will start to share with you, we have 6 major studies underway, 5 that were directed to by the General Assembly. Mr. Hutchinson mentioned the statewide TOD study yesterday, but all of these we have, actually by the end of next week, we will have kicked off work on all of these. So a lot that's happening with our DRP staff and our consulting partners. The Hampton Roads study, which was mentioned, we're also working very closely with Hampton Roads Transit, who will be the lead for that study to move that forward. And then just wanted to flag, there have been some transfers. You all authorized me to approve any changes below 200,000, but we are trying to be very transparent to let you know what those are, so we'll just include those for you too. And I will stop there. The rest are just some of the ridership updates on our different transit and rail systems.
Well, thank you, Director Zimmerman. Next, we have the Commissioner's update. Commissioner?
Secretary, members of the board, within your package, and I would ask each of the board members to open up the VDOT package that you have at your desk or table that highlights the commissioner's quarterly report or summer report that we've come with. I'm going to flip into the back page and work from the back forward. What we're highlighting for the summer communication back to the board are some of the honors and awards that the department has received over the course of the last several months. Highlighting the importance of our safety rest area and how those safety rest areas support safe and convenient travel for our motorists. Inside the document certainly highlights a couple items of noteworthy that we opened up through a ribbon cutting, the Northern Virginia Project Next 495 shared use path. This was a significant accomplishment of that P3 project, Project Next, to be able to advance the community development and community resources that are available associated with the road. We have Adopt a Highway, as well as some input or an overview of our internship program that we offer students to be able to continue career development, workforce development for the agency, as well as those individuals if they choose to go somewhere else. But truly an opportunity for our young people to be able to experience a great place to work. Now, what I would ask you to do is flip to the front page. I am wearing a ribbon today that we usually only wear during Work Zone Awareness Week, but it is a ribbon in the honor of an individual that the department experienced a significant event July 1st. About 1:33 that afternoon, tragic accident on Route 460 in the Hampton Roads District outside of the Waverly area headquarters took the life of one of our employees. In my 8.5 years, that was the worst phone call that I got. So, Mr. Cox was a 10-year veteran of the agency. He worked at the Waverly area headquarters. That afternoon, a tractor trailer, clear sight distance, was traveling eastbound on 460. This individual decided that he would delay to get over from a known work zone. He saw the work zone. He saw the arrow boards. We had 2 truck-mounted attenuators. Clear day. very good sight distance. Our work zone was set up absolutely correctly. The individual got over too late, hit the first TMA, glancing blow, overcorrected, went into the second TMA, where it lost its front tire, lost all steerage, and careened into two individuals. That tractor trailer hit two employees, Mr. Robert Peck and Mr. Robert Cox. Mr. Cox, well, Mr. Peck was med-flighted out to an area hospital, some head wounds, and was fortunately released the next day with several stitches to his head. He's monitoring. He's out on short-term disability. We hope to get him back soon. Mr. Cox was not so fortunate. Now, I spent the next day with the headquarters staff reliving that event. And it's quite tragic and dramatic. There are things that they will never unsee. One person that saw it all noted that she's been with the agency 3 months. She thought everyone, the 5 employees, all of them were dead by just the explosions that happened. That tractor trailer caught fire. Mr. Cox caught fire amongst his other wounds. Unfortunately, we lost a 10-year veteran. And I also have to highlight Mr. Cox's son, Robert Cox Jr., is an employee of the Waverly area headquarters and was going to be on that job site that very day, but he was in CDL training, fortunately. Just want to highlight that while we come together as a board, we have 4,700 projects that we're responsible for delivery, 8,000 employees, $9 billion budget. We have 4,000 employees that are transportation operators, field forces that operate and maintain our system day to day, that put their lives on the line. What's aggravating in this case, we did everything absolutely right. In fact, we had, based upon our review of the work zone setup, we had more equipment out there just to be able to protect them because of Route 460. Now, I'm mad at this situation because we did everything right. Not at the employees, I'm mad at the situation because this is an awful reminder of what work zones mean in the Commonwealth. We operate and maintain the 3rd largest highway agency in the country. It means something. We have best in class, and it's because of our employees. We do a heck of a job day in and day out. This was a tragic event. So I'm going to remind everyone, not only here but listening, that let's stop the distractions, put down the phones, obey the speed limits, pay attention in our work zones. Our employees deserve to go home every single night. So I hope this is the last phone call that I get, but so I would ask Mr. Secretary in honor of Mr. Cox, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you for that update, Commissioner, and I'm very saddened to hear about this and the conversations that we had since then. I share your sincere hope that we don't have any additional reports of this nature, and just want to echo your ask to all of those who use our roadways to remember that there are people who are working there. They have families, they have husbands, they are fathers, they are mothers, and please keep that in mind as you travel our roadways so that all of those who are making them available for our use can go home to see their families on a nightly basis. Again, I appreciate the update, Commissioner. I do not have any updates for the Secretary section. We have covered all the items, and so I'm going to conclude the workshop meeting. I will bring back to order today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The first item we have is approval of minutes from the last meeting. If any members of the board want to abstain because they were not present at the last meeting, please just let us know after the initial vote there, and so we can tally this correctly. So do I have a motion? Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any members that would like to abstain? Okay, 5. Next on the agenda, and this for new board members, we have put in place the concept of a consent agenda at the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And so these are items where the information is provided in advance to the board. If you ever see anything on one of those presentations that you believe warrants discussion, all you need to do when we get to the consent agenda is ask for that item to be removed, and we will gladly do so. Or if you would alert us in advance, we'll just remove it from the consent agenda before we even arrive at that day's meeting. But with that being said, the consent agenda is there, and do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move acceptance of the consent agenda.
Mr. Good, do we have a second? Thank you, Ms. Green. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, Mr. Fye has action item number 4. Oh, sorry, Director Zimmerman?
Yes, so we have before you a resolution for your approval and adoption that makes a few technical correction changes to the VRE policy overviews for the Commonwealth Transportation Board's consideration. So these are, we presented on it last month. Deputy Director Fye presented. You may recall there's pretty modest technical corrections that you can see before you represented in that resolution. So asking for the board's approval of the resolution to modify VRE's reporting and policy guidelines.
Thank you, Director Zimmerman. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, Mr. Gregg has action items 5, 6, and 7. Mr. Gregg?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. The first item is a commemorative naming at the request of the Halifax County of the bridge on State Route 92 Clover Road over the Stanton River at the border of Halifax County and Charlotte County as a Jennifer Ann Nickel Memorial Bridge. The Halifax County Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution on June 1, 2026 to honor the life and service to her community of Jennifer Ann Nichols. Additionally, the Charlotte County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution supporting this naming on May the 13th, 2026. According to the Halifax County resolution, Jennifer Nichols was born on April 12, 1987 in Halifax County. Despite being born with spinal bifida and living her life paralyzed from the waist down, she demonstrated extraordinary determination, compassion, and perseverance throughout her life. She never allowed her physical challenges to define her, but instead became widely known throughout the Clover and Halifax County communities for her kindness, civic involvement, and unwavering dedication to helping others. Jennifer Ann Nickel became a passionate and tireless advocate for the preservation, restoration, and reopening of the Highway Route 92 bridge in Clover following its closure in 2007. Recognizing the bridge as both a vital connection for the community and an important part of the town's historic identity. She organized petitions, gathered documentation, contacted local and state officials, communicated with the Virginia Department of Transportation, the Governor's Office, and Halifax County officials, and Delegate James Edmonds, and worked persistently to ensure the bridge, the needs of the Clover community were not forgotten. Jennifer Ann Nichols tragically passed away on February the 3rd, 2021 due to complications related to COVID before seeing the rebuilding of the bridge she fought so hard to preserve. Mr. Secretary, we've had no public comments, and the VDOT recommends approval.
Mr. Gregg, do I have a motion? Okay, and a second? And I would ask for the committee naming. All those in favor, please stand. Item number 6.
Next item, Mr. Secretary, is a commemorative naming at the request of the Allegheny County of Route 625, Dolly Ann Drive, from the city of Covington, Allegheny County line to the end of the state maintenance, 165 feet of Valley Brook Lane, Allegheny County as the Sheriff Edwin Butler Memorial Highway. The Allegheny County Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution on May the 5th, 2026 to honor and memorialize the life and service to his community of Sheriff Edwin Butler. According to that resolution, Sheriff Butler was duly elected as sheriff by the citizens of Allegheny County in 1920 and served in that capacity until his death. On August the 9th, 1922, Sheriff Butler was shot in the line of duty while attempting to arrest John Adams, who fled the scene and was later captured after firing upon Sheriff Butler. On August the 12th, 1922, Sheriff Edwin Butler succumbed to the fatal wounds he received in the line of duty. Mr. Secretary, VDOT has received no public comments on this and recommends board approval.
Motion?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Thank you. You have a second?
Second.
That's all those in favor, please stand. Item number 7.
The last item I have, Mr. Secretary, is the commemorative naming at the request of the Allegheny County of Route 666, East Morris Hill Road, from Route 641, Indian Draft Road, to Route 605, Coles Mountain Road, Allegheny County, as the Deputy Samuel A. Brown III Memorial Highway. The Allegheny County Board of Supervisors enacted resolution on May 5, 2026, to honor and memorialize the life and service to his community of Deputy Samuel A. Brown III. According to the resolution, Deputy Brown was a native of Allegheny County, where he resided with his family. On July the 8th, 1927, Deputy Samuel A. Brown III lost his life in the line of duty while attempting to arrest a suspected thief who gained access to his duty weapon and shot and killed Deputy Brown. Mr. Secretary, VDOT has not received any public comment on this and recommends board approval.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, please stand. Yep. Next, we have action item number 8 on limited access control. Mr. Mann?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I have a limited access control change for the Route 257, also known as Frieden's Church Road Park and Ride Lot Project in Mount Crawford, which is in Rockingham County and Stanton District. We're eliminating a small portion of the limited access line to allow expansion of that park and ride lot as part of the project. The change has been reviewed and recommended for approval by all necessary parties, including the chief engineer, and I recommend the board's approval.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? All right, do we have a motion?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Any
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Pryor, who I believe has 6 items before us. 3 of those are all are the Harrisonburg items, and so after the first 3, I think we should just pause there and have maybe a little discussion before we advance to those 3 items. Ms. Pryor?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. As the Secretary mentioned, I have many items before you today. The first of which is a proposed revision to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund budget, the DRPT budget, and the public transportation and rail component of the 6-year improvement program that you all adopted last month. I briefed you on this yesterday. You will recall the approved budget includes $172 million in general fund revenues for public transportation and WMATA, and I recommend your approval.
Are there any questions? All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, number 10.
The next item on the agenda is the monthly transfers. The report is in your packet. I will point out that there are 2 district grant transfers that exceed the threshold in the board's smart scale policy. One is in Richmond District. Cost increases are related to unanticipated unsuitable soils and additional costs related to that and maintenance of traffic resulting from that. The second item is in Stanton District. and there is additional fund needed to support the award that will be recommended to you later in this action meeting as well. And I recommend your approval of the monthly transfers.
Are there any questions? Motion?
Secretary, I move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the addition of projects to the six-year improvement program. You may recall when I presented the final six-year improvement program to you in June, I pointed out that we had significant unallocated balances of state-of-good repair local paving funds in the Hampton Roads District. We had a supplemental intake round, and we are recommending the amendment of a number of projects to the program to use up that SGR local paving funding, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Any questions? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, next, folks, we have 3 action items that all deal with smart scale projects in the city of Harrisonburg. I know we do have a representative from the city here. I know there's also been a fair amount of discussion both at last month's board meeting, some in the interim, and I believe we also have the district engineer here as well to help answer any questions that may come up. Before we go into that, I just want to see if there were any questions, because while these are not related, they are all in one place and they all deal with projects from a single program. I wanted to see if there were any overarching questions the board had across all 3 of these types of resolutions, or if we should just move into them on an individual basis. And so I just would questions or comments that they wanted to raise. Mr. Good?
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to take a moment on this. Whenever a locality comes in to want to cancel a program, it would be generally warmly received by me, because there's apparently some recognition of a change in needs or priorities for that community. And I think it's incumbent upon us to let them be the experts on their projects. And if they want to pull one back, let them pull it back. So in the Stanton, as I represent the Stanton District, I would look at that favorably. The other 2 projects, there might be disagreement on the what's in the projects, but the decision on the projects to proceed has been made in the past. That at that point, if you didn't like sidewalks or whatever the components of the projects happened to be, that would have been the time to address that. The projects were properly approved in the past. The issues today are some additional funds that are needed, and I think the projects need to be looked at in the light of the additional funds, not whether you like the project or not, because they've been approved in the past, and some planning and work has already taken place. 2 pieces of education here that I think are important that have come up in these discussions. One is some of these increases in costs, I believe, are related to increases in acquisition of right-of-way, which have been adversely impacted by some changes in state law of, I think, a couple of years ago. I really didn't realize this. I think that may have taken place before I came on this board. But I think it's important that all board members, to the extent that some of you, like me, may not have known this, or others might need to be reminded, that apparently the changes in the law caused the value of a taking to be increased if the changes we're making not necessarily take land, but make it more difficult to get to your land. It's my take on it. For example, one was given to me by our district engineer, Joel, which I think is probably a very good example. If we would close a median, and that causes a business on the other side of the road to not have as good access for their customers, they might actually suffer some, or allege that they suffer some damage as a result of that, and that could cause that right-of-way cost to go up. Well, from a historical standpoint, these right-of-ways are going to cost more as a result of that, and I don't think that change of the law is going to make anything cost less. I'd be surprised if there was a case where somebody will say, let me give you some money back because I really wanted that thing closed, or the reverse opened up. The second thing is, I think it's a sort of a clerical thing. I learned that the acquisition of right-of-way I thought was purely, did we get land or not? But apparently some other costs can go in there. Some of these are relocation of utilities, may actually also be charged to the same line item. Some of these things we would think would be known, and that could be reasonably estimated. But I have just run into an example in my own business life where a local community's maps of their water and sewer lines were all thrown away. So when we went to look for the lines, and we said, well, give us the work so we know where we're looking, the drawings didn't exist because they were all destroyed. This wasn't the private sector destroying them, in this particular case, the public sector. So there are going to be unknowns from time to time as to what it's going to cost to move these utilities, in spite of the best estimates that professionals can make. And I think that may have also played a role in this situation. So I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments, and also want to let the 5 new members of this board know that the Stanton District does usually not take charge of these action meetings to the extent we have done so today. So we will allow other districts to have their day. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Are there other board members that have any questions or comments that kind of are overarching across the 3 resolutions? I just know we had a fair amount of discussion at the last meeting, and so I want to give that opportunity before we proceed into these individually. Mr. Stamp.
Do you have any more information on the legislation that may have increased right-of-way costs? I know nothing about it.
So I will give you the little bit that I know, and then I'm going to stare into the crowd and hope that somebody volunteers with a greater degree of awareness. But it was a piece of legislation, as I recall, that passed the Assembly during the 2022 session, and what it stipulated certain provisions with regard to access to different roads and where that was changed and how that value would be calculated. I think on a high level, Mr. Good's assessment of what its impacts would be are correct. Moving forward, I don't see this reducing the cost of right-of-way. I think it's either going to be neutral or a kind of cost increasing impact for projects. I don't know if Ms. Deem knows more of the specifics there, but at my high level and being removed, several years from that time period, that is my recollection.
Ms. Deem.
That's correct, Mr. Secretary. The legislation passed in 2022 provided an increase or an uplift in costs that would be incurred for loss of access, as well as loss of profits that could be calculated as a result of that access change. So together, they do increase the cost of acquisitions and projects like these. Hard to predict until we get into the detailed design that will tell us what that change in access would be.
Well, has VDOT experienced over the last 4 years then a substantial increase in right-of-way costs, or is this a one-off?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Stant, I would say that we have experienced an increase. I don't think I would call it substantial. It's very context sensitive, and of course for VDOT administered projects, we do what we can to avoid these access issues so as to not drive up project costs. So we don't have sort of an overarching, assessment that it's increasing cost by X percentage.
So my point is that we don't need to go and try to attempt to figure out that what effect this law is going to have on other projects in the 6-year program.
Mr. Stant, we do not need to systemically go in and do some sort of percentage-based modification. I think to Ms. Deem's point, it is extremely context-dependent, and so if you are in an area where what we were talking about happens to impact specific access points to an existing going concern, that is where we're most likely to see potential impacts. I also think it's goes also probably into how the negotiation process with the landowner goes, kind of in those discussions and how they feel about the circumstance and situation. So I don't think we need an across-the-board adjustment. I also would say that it would not shock me to see another project sometime in the next few months that has an impact because of this. But just to remind you all, as the Commissioner noted, we have 4,700 projects here. So we're going to see this from time to time across a portfolio of that size, but it's not a systemic impact. Or, let me rephrase. I sincerely hope and do not believe.
Mr. Secretary, if I could just add, VDOT is, of course, monitoring this, and we also have estimators within our right-of-way staff that are specifically trained to help identify costs like these to include in project estimates.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Are there any other questions or kind of overarching comments across the three resolutions before we move into them on an individual basis?
Secretary.
1 second, Dr. Smith, I saw Ms. Dunlap's hand first, and then we'll move to you.
Yes, so the legislation was passed, Mr. Secretary, in 2022, and these proposals were submitted in 2024. Is that correct? Am I
Mr.
reading that?
D'Annunzio, do you recall the year or the round in which these, the two with the cost increase were submitted?
The South Main Street project was a round 4 project, so that would have been after 2022. And then,
Quick point of clarification, Ms. Pryor, I believe round 4 was approved in the spring of 2021,
yes,
so it would have been before 2022.
the round 5 project, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Would have been
sorry,
after.
just doing, I was like, I was here for
Sorry.
4, that was not 22, hold on, okay, thank you.
Yes, and the North Main Street project was a round 4 project, so at about the same time.
What one was before and one was after? Dr. Schmidt?
Secretary, my understanding, which you can correct if it's an error, is that when we cancel projects, and we have occasionally had to cancel other projects that have been requested to, that the money reverts to the balance entry account and then can be used for future projects as needed, but it does not revert to any particular project.
That is, Dr. Schmidt, that is correct.
Yeah.
So the project has high priority funds and the board votes to cancel it. Those high priority funds will go back into the high priority balance entry. That is an independent action. And as I've noted previously, there are 3 action items before you. While they are all in one jurisdiction and they're all from the same program, they are not connected.
So I am fine with canceling the project as we've been requested to cancel it. But I do think that before that money is directed to other projects, it needs to be separated from this action, go back through the process that we've used in the past. And then if you all come back at a later date and say it goes here, there, or yon, we deal with that matter at that time.
One point of clarification, Dr. Schmidt, I'm speaking in hypotheticals to make a point, not saying that this is what will happen or not. Say the board, for whatever reason, chooses to reject the cancellation of that project. The board could still approve the budget increases for the other 2 projects because there's otherwise a balance entry in the high priority projects program. And so the way that we've structured both of the programs in Smart Scale is that they are intended to work kind of on a portfolio basis. And that's an unfortunate word because we had a big discussion yesterday about portfolios, but I can't think of a different word on the spot here. But some projects come in over, some come in under, and the hope is that on an aggregate, we kind of stay neutral. The reason we have balance entries at the moment, for the most part, not exclusively though, is that projects, for the most part, more projects have come in under than have come in over on a value basis. So even if the board decided not to cancel the first project, which is the action item 12, and return that $10 million in high priority to the high priority program, there are balance entry resources that are more than sufficient to cover the cost increase for the other 2 projects that is requested, which is not to say that dictates any outcome from the board, but it's just to kind of note that with or without the cancellation, you could consider those budget increases and that the funding available in the high priority balance entry is more than sufficient to be able to cover them. If I'm recalling correctly, and I'm giving Ms. Pryor the opportunity to, in real time, fact check me, I believe the rolling balance at the moment in high priority balance entry is around 37 million.
35, give or take, adjustments that have been made in the last month. That would have been on the transfer report.
So I would ask you, which doesn't mean you will agree that this is how you should think about it, to think about canceling it as an independent action and to consider whether or not you want to send the increase budget as a separate action that could happen with or without the cancellation, because the increase that is being asked for is not dependent upon the cancellation, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Dunlap.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Secretary. If the vote is to not cancel the project, which the city of Harrisonburg has asked to be canceled, what happens?
So, Ms. Dunlap, that is a great question. I think what you have is, what did they call during COVID? Quiet quitting. I think what the city has said effectively to this board in concert when working with the Stanton District is that they have the capacity to deliver a program of certain size, and that with this other project, it's maybe beyond their capacity to deliver. And so I suspect what would happen is they would engage you all further, and then this resolution would be back before us at some other time in the future. So, touche. I guess you have the choice, but we also do not have the ability to force anyone to go build a project that they are administering that they do not want to build, right? And so we have the agency to choose either action on the resolution, but I'm not sure the agency to change the facts on the ground, if you will. That was a very fair question. Are there any other overarching questions before we proceed with the individual resolutions? Okay, well, thank you, members of the board. I appreciate you kind of allowing this ad hoc discussion as we move into there. I think that was helpful and will hopefully provide greater clarity as we move forward with the individual resolution. So, Ms. Pryor, I believe the next one we have is action item 12.
Yes, the action before you is a proposed cancellation of the project in Harrisonburg, the Port Republic Road project. If you recall from my presentation last month, the city has reassessed its commitments to their portfolio of projects and is recommending cancellation of this project. While they do believe it is a valuable project, they are right-sizing their portfolio so they can be sure that what they have underway continues to advance timely. And I recommend your approval.
Mr. Pryor, do we have any questions specific to just this resolution? Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. Secretary, I move that we cancel the project.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Ms. Pryor, we have action item 13.
Thank you. The next item before you is a proposed budget increase for the North Main Street project. The proposed budget increase is for just over $1 million. If you recall from my presentation last month, there were additional construction easements required, which increased the cost of the project, including some of the right-of-way impacts, as well as additional costs related to the storm sewer construction. I recommend your approval of the budget increase.
Questions? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the budget increase.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, please raise your hand just so Ms. Mathis can document it correct. Okay, we have 3 noes. Thank you very much. Action item 14, Ms. Pryor?
The last action item is for a proposed budget increase for the South Main Street project. If you'll recall from my presentation last month, this project is primarily a safety project. It includes sidewalks and curb ramps with some bus shelters and pads. The increase is primarily due to increased stormwater management and additional hydraulic design, as well as additional right-of-way due to increased property value assessments since selection. The proposed budget increase is $4.8 million, and I recommend your approval.
All right, do we have any questions? Mr. Minchuk.
Secretary, the concern I would have about this resolution and the last one is really shown in the last whereas clause of either resolution, that do a rescoring of the project in light of the increased cost. Obviously, that increased cost is going to drop that smart scale rating. And I would like to think that this is not a message to the applicant community. This is a great technique to functionally get yourself a better score, is by coming in with something budget increase where had you done that previously, it might not have passed.
Mr. Minchuk, that's a very fair concern. Let me explain why. I think we have things in step to address this. I want to be clear, we may also, people find ways, let's just say it that way. But what we have done is when you submit a smart scale project, your scope elements are fully validated by the state first. You then, if you've developed it, because sometimes the state develops budget, but if you've developed the budget, you submit that to the state. That is subject to review and concurrence by the state. And so, for example, I believe first it starts with the district who reviews it, and then goes to the central office where the L&D folks review that and concur with it. And I want to be clear, we often do say, this is not enough. You need to increase this. I'm looking at some Northern Virginia members here to remember that as we approach round 7 of Smart Scale, because we have this discussion most frequently in Northern Virginia, or it has been loudest, I should say. I don't know if it's most frequently. It is loudest often in Northern Virginia. But so we do not just accept estimates provided. We validate, and where we have concerns, we require a change for the project to kind of move forward. We've also put in place modified kind of readiness requirements to try and make sure that we are capturing potential scope items that maybe could have been missed. So for example, in the first round of Smart Scale, we had a basic set of readiness requirements, and it turned out by not having folks go a little bit further on certain items, we kept seeing things that were driving cost increases. So we then increased the readiness requirements in round 3, saying, hey, because of what we keep seeing and its impacts on budgets, you now actually have to do this little bit of additional work in this particular area, because that's where we keep seeing cost increases happen. And so we've continued to kind of modify those while trying to balance what we're asking applicants to do in advance of obviously receiving funding to build the project, to reduce some of the uncertainty in the areas where we're seeing budget increases often take place. I want to be clear, we are not perfect. Nothing can be perfect like in the world of construction, but we have taken steps there. And so I hope, which doesn't mean it's how everyone feels, that we haven't created an incentive structure for people to kind of lowball, if you will, their estimates, to juice their score, and then return for the additive funding once they're kind of mid-flight on a project. Other questions?
Secretary, has there ever been
Davis.
a project like this that's dropped out of the cohort? This thing is, and I would presume if that particular project came back, it would receive a no vote.
Mr. Davis, I believe what happens when something drops out of the cohort more often is that an applicant asks for a cancellation rather than having the board take the step of seeing the increase, seeing that its benefits have fallen so low, and kind of white knuckling it, if you will, to see what happens. Typically in those circumstances, what we see is the applicant just recognize where they are in that process and what has happened and ask for the project to be canceled.
That seems appropriate. Thank you.
I can't promise you that's always what will happen. That is just traditionally what has happened. Are there any other questions? Okay. With that, do we have a motion?
I move we approve the budget increase.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Would all those in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Would all those opposed please indicate by raising your hands? Okay. 4. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Okay, folks, we have 2 more items here before we complete today's action meeting. Next, we have Mr. Hutchinson with item 15.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Members, you will remember the presentation I gave yesterday afternoon on the revised guidelines for the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund. Just a reminder, this revision is directly pursuant to just a tweak that the General Assembly told us to make with the notification process. You will see the resolution on 109 of your packet, and the actual text proposed revisions begin on page 113 of your packet, and I recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Are there any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Thank you. Second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And again, members of the board, it is my goal to do this as infrequently as possible, so I appreciate your indulgence with this particular item. Again, driven by legislative changes, relatively kind of de minimis there. And again, because it was driven by legislative changes, we didn't really have any agency in the outcome. But again, I nonetheless appreciate your indulgence. Next, we actually have 2 individuals who will be dealing with bids. First, I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to come up, and then after that, we'll have Mr. Totten.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. We have 5 projects to recommend for award today with a value of over $100 million. The first project is order number N83 in the Lynchburg District. This is a state of good repair, smart scale bridge interchange improvement projects in the city of Lynchburg. We received 2 bids on this project with a low bid of $42,202,405.77 submitted by WC English Construction. This is the second time we've advertised this project. I would like to point out that the bidders this time, both bidders were within $700,000 of each other, and the bid this time around came in almost $1 million less than the previous time. With that information, I believe this represents the current economic value, market value for this, and I recommend award.
Questions? Mr. Moy.
I do not believe they have. With the current changes in the federal program and the DBE program, I do not believe this has a goal on that project, no, sir.
And at the end, we'll go back to that particular topic Mr. Bates just hit on. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
All right, the second project, order number A31 in our Stanton district. This is a smart scale project for road widening and intersection realignment in the Rockingham County. We received 2 bids on this project. The low bid is $18,343,932.08, submitted by A&J Development and Excavation. This project is, the low bid is within range, and I recommend award.
Mr. Bates, are there any questions? Mr. Moy.
Standing as a standing comment for all of our.
What I would ask is let us follow up with you between now and the September meeting, and we can talk about how to maybe present that information in a workable format. And then also this resolution, I'd ask the commissioner and maybe Mr. Bates just to talk a little bit about some of the department's actions in the DBE field that we've been responding to some federal direction and kind of working to get something stood back up. But I'll let them highlight that after we move beyond this. Are there any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
All right, the third project, order number A40 in our Bristol district. This is a smart scale safety improvement lane addition project in Bland County. We received 2 bids on this project. The low bid is $6,177,185.16, submitted by W&L Construction and Paving. The low bid is within the range, and I recommend award.
Any questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Secretary, I move approval.
Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the fourth project, order number A64 is in our Stanton district. This is an on-call bridge repair and preventative maintenance project throughout the district. We received 3 bids on this project. The low bid is $10,115,777, submitted by Lanford Brothers. The low bid is within range, and I recommend award.
Questions, comments? Do we have a motion?
Secretary, move approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then, Mr. Bates, please don't leave yet. I just want to have a little dialogue on the DB program. Commissioner, you want to start, or would you like Mr. Bates?
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, as we know that, I believe last fall, we advised the board through one of our board meetings that the DBE program, as we knew it, was being suspended by the federal government until we were able to have a neutral gender, race-based program that was compliant with the updated regulations that were put into place. We went through the spring to be able to update our DBE program. We've gone through a recertification of our DBEs, and we have notified the Federal Highway Administration, US DOT, that we would recertify or take those recertifications and restart the program effective July 1. We are in the process of, and Mr. Bates will explain a little bit more about what we're doing, but we're in the process of standing up that program again, based upon the new requirements that have been set forth. Now, Mr. Secretary, maybe what we could do is come back in September and tell you a little bit more about what we have done, the number of recertifications that have been had, and the ongoing recertification process. But I will say that through the recertification process, we've gone from, I believe, about 600 certified DBEs down to 298, 300. We do have that window of opportunity to continue to do a recertification if other vendors or entities come online. But we advised the USDOT that we had about 300 people or 300 firms that were being recertified. We are in the process of looking at where those firms are, what they produce, or the certain goods and services that are available, and where they are geographically located. All that comes into play when we determine and identify the goal setting on a particular project. We could have and I'll be hypothetical, that we could have all 298 of them in the Hampton Roads District and no viable sources within the Bristol District. Now, is that the case? The answer is no, but we're going through what has been recertified, where they are, and we're slowly re-entering what the existing projects are, what had goals on them, what are no longer eligible for goals, and then resetting those goals in the coming months for new projects. So what you have in front of you right now could be still projects that had zero goals on them because we did not have a viable DBE program.
Say that just slightly differently. These projects were let at a period of time where, due to federal action, we did not have a DB program that we were able to advance because of the rules,
We
the
had
action of the
suspended
federal
it.
government.
Yes.
And so what I'm trying to flag there, I guess, for members of the board is you will probably see several additional bids that are going to come in the coming months that were let during that window. That is not the direction like the administration is going to stay with. That's why we have worked actively to get this program put back in place. I know that the commissioner's team has worked very closely with I always get SBSD mixed up, the agency whose acronym is SBSD, Small Business and
Supplier Diversity.
Supplier
Thank you.
diversity.
I was like, it just gets stuck in that second S. And so I know we've been working, diligently with those folks, and we're doing a lot of outreach to SWAM and DB businesses to try and explain to them the new processes there. But I think we can certainly bring additional information to a future meeting about where we are in that program and how we've been able to create one that meets the new federal requirements.
And Mr. Secretary, if I may add, also an explanation of what the new program actually is, I think, based on federal feedback, that it seems that it is.
There are certainly some differences.
I can add one thing to that. I will tell you, when it comes to the DBE program, as the commissioner noted, we are about 50% of the DBEs that we had previously. We are working with our Civil Rights Division. We do plan on resetting and starting goals with the projects that are advertised next month, so in our August ad. So essentially, there should be some projects potentially coming in September and October that should have DBE goals, depending on how the formulas work out and the number of DBEs in a particular region. And I'll be happy to follow up.
Ms. Johnson?
Do we set goals, SWAM goals, or just DBE goals? Because not all SWAM companies are DBEs. So do we do SWAM goals?
On state-funded projects only, we do consider SWAM goals.
Okay, because
On
not all SWAM
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
are DBEs.
Right.
Okay.
But for federally funded projects, we're focused on the DBE system, but it is separate, yes, ma'am. All right, with the next project, the emergency project in the Richmond District, I'm going to turn it over to our Richmond District Engineer, Dale Totten.
Mr. Totten, welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Sorry to be the last person standing in front of you and your trip home. We're here today to discuss Order E82. This is an emergency district solicitation contract. We are utilizing the emergency contract procedure as a result of us terminating the original contractor for default. So this is a little bit of an unusual process. The project is related to the installation of dolphins at the Benjamin Harrison Bridge, which crosses the James River between Prince George and Charles City County. The district staff solicited 3 contractors to participate in this effort. We received 1 responsive bid from Kokosing. That bid is at $25.9 million. It is under the engineer's estimate, and we recommend your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Totten. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Totten. All right, is there any new business any member would like to bring before the board before we conclude today? Okay, with that, we are calling to a close today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Thank you very much for your participation and engagement.